Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Russell County Board of Supervisors meeting June the 3rd, 2024 in the Russell County Conference Center at 6 p.m. I'd like to first start off with call of order and roll call. Andrew Hensley.
Here.
Joanne Wallace.
Here.
Tara Dye.
Here.
David E.
Here.
Rebecca Dye.
Here.
Nathan Kaiser.
Here.
And Steve Brady.
Here.
Sir, you have quorum.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is the invocation. If you remain standing after the invocation to the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay.
Let us pray. Father God, Lord, we love you, we thank you, and we praise you today, Father. Father, forgive us for where we fail you each and every day. Lord, we thank you for allowing us to be a part of our local government, Father. Help us be more like you. Lead, guide, and direct us in everything that we do. In your name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is approval of the agenda, and we have a couple of changes here that we need to make. We need to move our proposed 17th budget meeting from the 17th of this month to the 24th. Because one of our board members is going to be gone. And I'd like to add that as item number 12 under the county administrator's requests. And item 13, the Supreme Court and the governor has declared July the 5th, which is Friday. 4th is on Thursday. Friday, July the 5th, they declared it a holiday. And I'm asking that we also allow our county employees to enjoy that holiday as well. We'll add that as line item number 13 under the county administrator's request. I'm also going to ask that we table this public hearing on the host agreement. Let me speak with. We table it because the agreement that folks have seen, they haven't really seen the agreement. They saw the agreement that was sent to us. And you know, as our Saturday meeting, we marked it up pretty good. And we've sent it back to our attorney to redraft so that we can send it back to the landfill people. When the landfill people... Sir, please be quiet. Let me finish this. When we get this back, we will look at it. If it's agreeable, if they may say, their option would be say, okay, we'll agree to that. Then we have something we can vote on. That's when we can make it public, give it to you people to look at. If you're commenting today, you won't be commenting on any kind of agreement. You can still comment tonight in our public comment period. We have our regular public comment period. But to comment on that in particular is just a waste of your time tonight. But we will get all your comments. Hold it down, please. Hold it down, please. Hold it down, please. Ma'am, listen, you're going to have to remove him if he doesn't hold it down. You know? I'm trying to get this in front of the board now. Okay. So that's what I'm asking. And we can vote on these individually if you like. In fact, let's do that. I want to do the first one, the amendment to the 17th to the 24th, and the 13th would be the July 5th to add those two to the agenda. Can I have a motion to add those two?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Steve, the 24th is the Regional Waste Authority meeting.
Oh, it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
my alternative suggestion would be to move it to Saturday the 27th, 9 a.m. 22nd.
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
The problem is David's going to be gone.
Yeah.
22nd?
Yeah. Steve, we had the 26th, right? June the 26th. That was,
It's 26?
yes, sir.
Okay. Let me check my calendar.
June 26th.
Yeah, it's the 26th. I'm sorry. Is that okay with you, Nate?
I don't have anything
Okay.
tonight.
Mr. Brady,
Yes, ma'am.
I hate to be contrary, but I'm working for the governor that week, so, I'm in the
All that week?
that's a travel day back.
So how about the 29th, 9 a.m.? That's Saturday.
I'm sorry, I'll be out of town, but, I mean, we don't
nobody's
wanna
working.
hit that, but summer's come and everybody's.
What about the 28th?
28th, 6 p.m.
Does that leave us with a
I'll
quorum
be
somewhere?
out.
You'll be out,
We're going to have to do this before the end of the month.
yeah.
Then let's just do the 29th at 9. Rebecca's not going to be there for either one option.
The 28th or the 29th works for me, so does the 27th works for me.
27th is the Cumberland Plateau.
Yeah,
Planning
that's what I was
District
gonna
meeting.
say.
27 have a meeting.
So let's just do the 29th at 9.
Is that okay with you? 29th, which is Saturday at 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As long as we have it approved by the 30th by the Code of Virginia.
Okay. So, you amend your motion to the 29th,
I'll amend my motion to
Saturday morning, 29th.
29th at 9 a.m. and then the other one, July the 5th holiday.
Right. Okay.
Good.
All right. Any further discussion?
Do we need a second?
Next session.
So,
Nate?
say it
Thank
again.
You seconded.
The 29th at 9 a.m. Okay, yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. No further discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign.
But I do go with vacation with the 29th.
You won't-
I'm gonna say no, because I won't be here with the 29th.
Oh, you won't be, Rebecca won't be here on the 29th. Okay. Let's back up.
Well, no.
How about the 28th?
She won't be here
I won't be
28th.
here with 28th either. I'm on vacation.
Okay, let's try this again.
Fine. What about the week before?
How about, well, what about
No,
the,
it's not gonna work, it'll be fine.
is the 24th,
A Monday.
is the 24th, would that work?
So Steve, here's an alternative option for you. The 24th is the Cumberland Waste meeting. We can have it at 7 p.m. We're usually done with that within an hour, so that would give us 30 minutes to get here. What about 7 p.m. on 24th?
It's my travel day originally. See,
Okay.
it's not, go ahead, just leave it
And-
as it is.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
leave it at Rebecca's agreement, we'll leave it at 29th, Saturday morning, 9 o'clock, 29th,
29th is Saturday morning. Okay.
to approve the budget.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign. Now, with the board, is the board in agreement to table this public hearing on the host agreement, as we really don't have anything for people to look at? Need a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, discussion. So Steve, the point being that we don't have a host agreement to comment on.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so
We haven't received our comments.
let me make it clear to everyone. You're more than welcome to get up and voice your opinions during our
Sure.
public comment. We want to hear from you. So if you're here tonight for that reason, do it. Come up,
Public
make your voice heard. But we will reconvene that, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll
We'll just table it until we have an agreement.
we do have to
we
make
can
another
give-
call for a public hearing, correct?
And we'll call for a public hearing. We'll give everybody a copy and give them a week or two to look at it, digest it.
Okay.
And then we'll have a public hearing.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Brady, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I do appreciate the folks that have taken their time to come.
Yes.
And it's greatly appreciated. Your voice is definitely needed to be heard, and we want to hear that. I would like to ask that everyone be allowed to speak that wants to, and if they have already put their name on the sign-up sheet,
Yeah.
that they be looked at, whether it be for public comment or for
Absolutely.
For the
Yes.
citizen comment. So I
Everybody will
want
be
to make sure that we're not looking over anything, and if it takes till
Right.
2 o'clock, I've got some Tic Tacs to eat. So, thank you, Mr. Reed, for allowing us to.
Okay. Okay, now we have that out of the way. Since we tabled the MOS 3 landfill host agreement, next item is our public hearing on the county-wide budget. Mr. Lester.
On the countywide budget, that's on the 29th.
Okay.
That's the 29th. The July the 5th for the additional holiday. One other thing on the public notice for the budget, I gotta have it published for 2 weeks, so, and been able to get the Lebanon News. So the quickest that we could have done it was the 26th.
We've already said that.
So I think there is a motion, a discussion for the table and the landfill host agreement in place. Is that right? Is everybody voted?
Yes. Okay. Thanks. And let me make a comment. If you have, I know, Tara, you-
Mr. Reed, we did not vote. We discussed, but we did not vote.
I'm sorry, but we did vote.
I don't think so.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Along that line, I know, Tara, you have some additional comments. You need to get me an ASAP.
Yes, yeah. Alonzo, I'll have those, for you probably tomorrow evening, maybe Wednesday. Steve said you wouldn't be sending them in for Thursday, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will make sure that they're to you by Thursday so that you can send them to the lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is approval of our minutes. I need a motion to approve the minutes May 13, 2024.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign. Need a motion to approve the unapproved minutes for May 25th, 2024.
So moved.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign. If you've had an opportunity, we have our list of expenditures in the board packet. We'll need a motion to approve those expenditures for this month.
Motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the bills? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. There are none. Next, we come up to committee appointments for board consideration. And what we have tonight is we have two positions that their terms are expiring in June for the Russell County Public Service Authority. One is Cuba Porter, and the other is Dave Edmonds. I think Cuba was at-large appointment, and Dave would be your district, right, Lee?
Yes, Mr. Edmonds is District 2.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
have a nomination for an at-large seat position. Mr. David Cheek, Dave Cheek.
Second.
I have a motion for Dave Cheeks. Are there any other motions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close the nominations, accept Dave by acclamation.
So move, Mr. Chair.
The motion, to have a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would like to offer one more time David Edmonds for that PSA seat to represent District 2. And I'll second that.
Okay. Any other nominations? There are none. I'll accept a motion to close the nominations and accept Dave Edmonds by acclamation.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. There are none. Okay. All right. Citizen comment period. Has everybody had a chance to sign in? Needs signing? Okay. I've got for this, I can tell I've got two pro-life. Well, maybe just one. No, I've got two pro-life speakers. It's okay with everybody. I'm gonna let them go, and then the rest, everybody else is landing. Okay. So, Sandy Hess.
Me and Juan.
I can see. I don't have the other one. Who is the other one other than Dawn?
Wanda.
Wanda.
She was actually impossible.
Oh, I've got one. I just don't. I don't see one.
Wanda was above me.
Okay, we'll get her anyway. Who is?
I'm Sandy Hess, and I'm from Source Creek, but tonight I am representing the Russell County Christian Coalition. I just want to take a minute to thank you all for the proposed proclamation that the board is making tonight, proclaiming June as a pro-life month for Russell County. The literal definition of a proclamation is the public or official announcement of an important matter. It is just a statement, that's true. This county is a pro-life sanctuary as deemed by the resolution and the ordinance that the previous board passed in February of 2023. And by the way, I'm still waiting on the public plaque that was promised to be presented. I'm still waiting on that. But even though it is just a statement, it's a statement on a very important matter. In my opinion, publicly stating that this county values the life of innocent preborn babies is one of the most important issues. It's a statement of a mostly conservative board in a mostly conservative county. There are different opinions in this county, for sure. We may have different opinions on economic avenues that the county should take. We have different opinions on environmental concerns. But if someone comes before this board and takes the time to speak, it's important to that person, regardless of the issue. And this issue is very important to me and a large majority of Russell County. I think it's sad that this proclamation has been labeled as a distraction or a way to create division, when it's a statement that most of Russell County citizens believe that all human beings have a fundamental right to life. That means they have the right not to be killed. That applies regardless of their stage of development, physical or cognitive abilities. So despite all the differing opinions between all of us, between us and all of you all, I just wanted to thank you all for making this positive statement for our county.
Thank you, Sandy. Wanda Burke.
Wanda Burke, and I live in Lebanon, Virginia. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing June as Pro-Life Month. We know it's not always the consensus of all of the constituents to do something about this subject, but we do appreciate y'all doing this. There are some things that are absolutely dividing this county in so many directions with many negative outcomes. But I know that God is in ultimate control. But as I stand here today, I also want to make mention of a project that is beyond positive and needed for this county, and that is Isaiah House 117. I just pray that more people become involved in promoting a positive thing that is so needed in this county for our children. I just wanted to thank you all again for the recognition. And on the last note, I will say that we don't agree with the lady. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Pastor Don.
I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing that life is very important. And I want to thank you for the proclamation. And I also want to remind you tonight to look around. Life is not only important at birth, life is important all the way until God calls us home. And the Word of God tells us that we should not bring things into our lives that would bring pollution or harm in any shape or form. God calls us to not only be good stewards of our bodies, but good stewards of the good earth that He has given us to live upon. And I want to encourage you, there is no amount of money, there is no amount of postage that can satisfy not polluting our county. And so I just want to encourage you. I want to encourage you to stand on the Word of God. I want to encourage you to remember what God has said in His Word. If this thing was of God, there would be perfect peace throughout this county. And when we do not have perfect peace, it is not of God. And again, I think it is time to put an end in this way, to spend some time in prayer. And I'm just going to share with you very quickly that several years ago I was the pastor of the church, and we were talking about a parking lot. We're not talking about a parking lot here. Half the church was for expanding it, and half the church was not. Thank God He gave me the wisdom to say we're not voting on it, so we didn't split the church. But right now, we have a divided county. Right now, we have mistrust of all government officials from Washington all the way there. And right now, we need to hear from God more than anything else. The moral of that story is, we took 30 days to pray about expanding the parking lot, and God showed us exactly where it needed to be and exactly what needed to be done. Now, I'm not from around here, but I have read history. And Moss 3 once stood as a point of history in our nation. Certainly, there is something that we can capitalize on from the history of that to do something good for our county. But as you look around tonight, I want you to remember, my life counts. But so do all of that. And so does the next generation. And the generation after that. And the generation after that. And we need to be thinking about, because I'll just tell y'all, we're all in the NFL not for long. That's what NFL stands for. We're all not for long. But there is a generation of people who are coming after us, and what kind of legacy do we want to leave? And I think we need to leave a legacy that says that this county always did what God desired them to do. And that's what that proclamation is about. That's what what Sandy referred to, the plaque that we have. That's what that was. It was about putting God first in our county and doing what God would have us to do. And when we do what God has us to do, God takes care of all of our needs. We don't have to worry about money. God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. and God will take care of this county. God is bigger than me. God is bigger than all them behind me. And God is bigger than us all. But if we get together and work together and put our heads together and say, God, what do you want? God will show us. Now, this situation seems like an amazing impossibility. But here's what I know. My God is a God of all possibility, and there's nothing he can't do. And so I just want to encourage you, let's look up. Let's just stop what we're doing and say, it's time to pray. And I just want to encourage you, Mr. Breeding, I've already sent you something earlier today. And I hope that you had an ear to hear. And I hope that you're praying. And I hope you'll share it with the rest of the board. Because we don't need division in this county. We don't need heartache in this county. We don't need people having to worry about the next generation. We don't need to have people worrying about right now. This county has always been about life. And we need to be thinking, what are we going to do to promote life and live life? And remember, the government is we the people. We the people. Life, liberty, and happiness. Well, let's make certain we're doing that. And I just want to encourage you. I want you to know I pray for each and every one of you. I want you to know that God hears my prayers, Lord. And I want you to know I appreciate the positions you're in, because sometimes you're in a tough position. But I do want you to know that God is with you and that I am praying for you. And I do believe that God hears our prayers, and I do want you to know I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate the position that you hold. And I am trusting God to lead you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Pam Ray.
My name is Pam Ray. My husband is Pastor Danny Ray of Ivy Ridge Chapel Church, located on Ivy Ridge Road in Cleveland, Virginia. I'm here to speak to you about my church people. There are folks sitting in here that attend the church that live right straight across where you want this mess at. And if you don't think we ain't been a-praying, we have. We have prayed so hard, if necessary, that God shakes somebody over hell to get their attention. We don't want this piece of trash. You're going to destroy the homes of our loved ones. You're destroying. I have family that live right there in Back Valley and up Shotgun Holler. They already have health issues. They don't need no more. But I also have a special needs daughter who is very sick and has been sick since birth. And so help me, you can mark it down on your little notes. I will pray hell down on somebody's head if this mess comes in and makes her any sicker than she already is. And I'm standing firm on that. I stand firm on the fact that God created this earth. He is the one who says the final say in this. Every one of you can sit here and say what you want, but God has control over this 110% of the way. And I will not stand by and watch the good people be run over by a government that has no business doing it. We need to put focus where focus is, and we are praying. And you can ask our congregation. I say it every Sunday morning. Pray, 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 and pray a little harder that maybe somebody has to be shook over hell to get their wake-up call on this. God is the final say in this. And I'll point that out to every single person sitting here. You do not own that man. God owns it. You do not own the people in this county. God owns us. And as for our church, if it means our church has to stand in front of that entrance over there and pour anointing oil all over the place, by George, we will. We will not be taken down, and no harm will come against God's children. You can mark that down completely. And one note from my husband, who is sick tonight. He just wanted me to throw this in here. From now on, when you hire people to do a job in the county, hire county people, not bring insider data.
Amy.
Amy Branson, Castlewood. Thank you all for coming out tonight. I'm sorry that we've gotten delayed, but don't let it discourage us. Keep coming. Appreciate the fully packed room. We've talked for months about the detrimental effects of this project, and we've spent thousands of hours researching landfills and their horrific effects and trying to educate our own leadership. And unless you, a resident of Russell County, are prepared to cut your losses and run after you start getting sick and your water's poisoned and your property isn't worth anything anymore, you better be here with us fighting. The death of our community is at hand. We paid $50,000 for a 5-page report from Potista that identified 7 potential fatal flaws. Where's the additional research, and why would we negotiate without that data? I call upon all my fellow citizens, especially the ones in Mr. Breeding's district, to come sign our recall petition so that we may replace him with someone to protect our health, and environment, negotiate with the facts, and do the will of the people whom he was elected to represent. Also, we have a website now, nolandfillrussellcounty.org. Please join us. Thank you all.
Thank you, Amy. Sherman Wallace.
Thank you very much for y'all offering the time to listen to people. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure that I'm speaking at the right time. It sounds like maybe the landfill should be talked about at another time. Steve, is that? Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm very brief in what I'm going to say about the landfill. I think the landfill will devastate the economy of Russell County. I think it will destroy the economy of Russell County. And I want to give you some good examples of what's happened already that has caused property values to go down. All of you all know the Diggersons, Ms. Wallace, you know, Nancy, Ghost, and Gaines. Ghost died a year or so ago, left his estate to be sold, and Nancy's been disposing of his house, which is a beautiful house, 30 acres, located in Reeves Valley. They had a really good offer from a doctor who was going to move in this area and didn't know anything about the landfill. She pretty much decided that she was going to buy the house, but then she started asking, said, all these signs that says no landfill at Moss 3, what's this all about? She called back the next day after Nancy explained to her what it. She called back and said, "No, I don't think I want to live next to the land." And that's and I think, and also I point out to Kenny Owens in Cleveland. Kenny's mom died at 94 years old. Left a really nice split level house, brick split level. Kenny has been trying to sell it. And he had an offer. I really got a guy that has a job in that area over at Cleveland that has wanted to work there, and he wanted to buy this house. And after he learned about the landfill, he called back and said, "No, I don't think we should do that. I don't think I should do that." I really hope that you guys will take us all into consideration. I know you've heard a lot of $1 million from here, 5 million from here, and 10 million from here that you're going to get out of this landfill. Never once have I heard how much property values in Russell County is going to drop. And David, I think the land values will drop much more than the value that we receive from this land. Yeah. And I appreciate the efforts that you all are giving to try to decide. It's big. It's a big decision you all make. But Russell County does not need this land. And another example of it is Bristol and Abington. A house in Abington is worth twice what a house in Bristol is. And a lot of it is because of the landfill that's over there. And a lot of people don't want to live close to the landfill in Bristol. And the same thing can happen here. So I want you all to really give serious consideration. From my farm, I can see this landfill. And who's going to come in Reed's Valley when I'm gone, when David's trying to develop some land through there or sell some houses? Who's going to say this landfill is just 2 miles away? Now, who's going to say, okay, I'll buy a lot and build a house? They're not. So it can be a really devastating effect on Russell County's economy. Thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate you.
John Henry Smith.
Members of the Russell County Board of Supervisors, staff, and fellow citizens of Russell County. My name is John Henry Smith, and I'm a 7th generation farmer from an elk garden. Russell County has a distinguished heritage. The Longhunter's trace follows the Clinch River and led brave trappers and traders into the dark, bloody ground of Kentucky as early as the 1740s. We have been home to Boone and Russell and have many distinguished citizens. Our county was visited in 1768 by colonial governor Patrick Henry, who marveled at the beauty of this area. She has given her sons to freedom in battles off Point Pleasant, Kings Mountain, Cowpens, and Yorktown. Many's final resting place was the rolling hills of our homeland, and whose spirits still roam our land. I do not think we should desecrate this county and its heritage with a landfill, bringing in who knows what from northeastern cities to pollute our water, our air, and most important, our lovely Clinch River. I would not be surprised if Jimmy Hoffa's body didn't come in on a train one day. A landfill would decimate our tax base and prohibit new development and growth. The Reverend Frank Fuller was a longtime Baptist minister in Russell County in the early years of the previous century, and he stated better than I how he felt about Russell County. Russell is one of the beauty spots in the world. No hills quite so pretty as her hills. No mountains so inspiring as her mountains. Nowhere in all the world do valleys receive you into their bosom with the same friendliness as do her valleys. Nowhere does God paint such magnificent sunsets or cause the stars to shine so brightly as Russell. Somehow the people of Russell have a harder handshake and a friendlier smile than other people. Their doors are wider and their love is warmer. There, amidst her hills and beside her streams, I built magnificent castles and conquered mighty empires, and learned to know the friendliest voices I have ever heard and felt the guiding touch of the gentlest hands I've ever known. In her forests, I've learned the bird songs and the waves of squirrels. In her dales, I watched the mystic unfolding of the myriad of flowers that bloom, perfume, the gentlest of breezes that ever flooded over the grass. In a little home in the bosoms of Russell's Hills, I learned the first lesson about God and His goodness. There I looked into the bluest eyes and learned to call her mother. There I learned from an old-fashioned father my first lesson in manliness and right faith. Among her hills, I found my sweetheart and my life mate. On the eastern slopes of Russell County hills sleep many of my pioneer ancestors. And someday, not distant, I want to come back to the hills of my forefathers and lie down with them on the grassy slope where the bluegrass grows deep and sleep a while. May God give you all the wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, John Henry. Andy.
Good evening, board and fellow citizens. I'm nowhere near as eloquent as my father and didn't prepare any remarks tonight. I just have a few minor suggestions from the crowd. I'd like to see the board implement a parliamentarian. I think that would help us. I think, we've got lots of people watching, not just people in this room, and we're professionals in Russell County. And Russell County citizens aren't the only ones watching what happens in this room. And I think implementing a parliamentarian to help our meetings, I think would greatly help. I also am disappointed to hear that we're moving the public hearing. I think this is something that we could have let our citizens know about earlier. As you can see, we've got 2 TV stations that are probably here to cover that public hearing, and I think that's somewhat disrespectful to the folks that are sitting back here behind me and the TV folks, that they don't know ahead of time, hey, this thing's not happening tonight, and let's not waste our folks' time. That's 2 suggestions I have. I stand in opposition to the landfill and the host agreement and whatever form it comes out to. Much like Sherman said, I think it'll be a detriment to our county, and it's a decision that may not impact a lot of us in our lifetime in this room, but our children and grandchildren will surely feel the impact of these decisions. So, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Jared Ring.
Good evening. My name is Jared Ring. As many of you may know, this board appointed me and 2 others to a Citizens Advisory Committee on the host agreement. And that consisted of reading a considerable number of host agreements from other places and hundreds of hours of research into engineering, ecological, financial, and legal documents. Much has been said about good faith negotiation. And after reading the photos of the host agreement that was left out for the public last week, I was alarmed to discover how unreasonable that host agreement was. A few points included in it were the blatant opposite of what we recommended to the board, including some points that were placed there for safety. For example, fly ash. Fly ash is highly water soluble and can form sulfuric acid under the right conditions. Sulfuric acid that could prematurely degrade the geomembrane liner of the landfill. It's not in the board's interest to use fly ash as a cover material. It's not in the developer's interest to make their profit machine fail faster, and it's certainly not in the citizens' interest. So I have to wonder, how could a host agreement like that is predatorily cambered in the developer's favor have been negotiated in good faith? And predatory is the right word. How could that host agreement be negotiated in good faith at all when it's been marred by the implied threat of litigation from its very inception? And I don't know if that host agreement that I read was some sort of political or business ploy to later improve upon it and say it was good negotiation later, but what I can say is out of the dozens of host agreements I've read, that one is the most unreasonable by far. So I have to say, here's a reality check. Using fly ash as a cover material is dangerous. No one came into this with intimate personal knowledge of landfills. I didn't. I did my best to educate myself. The developers don't have experience with landfills. They've never built one. TRC tried and failed to help remediate Bristol. Mr. Taylor of Potista told us that he permitted very few landfills as part of DEQ. The members of this board certainly didn't, and especially those of us with educations that predate modern line landfills by decades. The public isn't illiterate, and we're not stupid. We're all reading the same documents together. So what I have to say is the current iteration of the host agreement is outrageous, and it clearly wasn't written by a party negotiating in good faith. The situation around Scott County's letter of opposition is outrageous. And to have a host agreement that was left in the lobby facing the public beside the agendas called leaked is ridiculous too. And board members and state legislators threatening citizens with litigation for caring about their community and coming by information honestly is also outrageous. So, in summary, to state the obvious, the public is furious, and that includes those of us that came into this with an open mind and a desire to be reasonable. So what I'm asking you as members of the board is to put the decision before you into simple terms. Is a single business worth risking our environment, economy, and litigation unending? Because that is the simple choice that is before you. So I ask you to just vote no on any host agreement put before you and to put an end to the Monty Python-esque circus this has become. Thank you, Gary.
Tammy Garrett.
Good evening, Tammy Garrett from Lebanon. From the very beginning, this landfill project has been doomed by lack of transparency and conflicts of interest. From conducting business under a cloak of secrecy to threats of subpoenas of citizens who finally found out about this disastrous project, to finally a leaked host agreement by an inept board. This has been a debacle. Speaking of the so-called leak, how were we supposed to ask questions at this hearing without seeing a host agreement in the first place, which is what would have happened? In my opinion, some board members have neglected their duties, misused their office, and demonstrated incompetence of their duties by not doing due diligence research into this project. For example, Mr. Breeding saying, put a liner in it and fill it up with trash. It's done all over the United States. In fact, it is not done all over the United States, not to the extent of this proposed landfill in acreage or in tonnage of trash. Also, some of you are trusting the company and the government to protect us. If you haven't seen the movie Dark Waters, I encourage you to watch it. It's on Netflix. It's based on a true story. And to quote attorney Robert Billett, who won $670 million settlement from DuPont for people who were exposed to DuPont chemicals in the landfill and by water pollution. He said, the system is rigged. They want us to believe it will protect us, but that's a lie. We protect us. We do. Nobody else. Not the companies, not the scientists, not the government. Do you really believe the company and the government will watch that landfill? Look at precedent. There's no such thing as a safe landfill. We know that. We all know Steve is an engineer, but does Terry Kilgore have an engineering degree? He has assured Scott County Board of Supervisors that leachate from this landfill will be contained and any danger from the landfill will be closely monitored. How does he know that? Funny how we went from modern landfill liners do not leak to the leachate will be contained. One final absurdity in this mess, the pro-life proclamation, coming at the same time that we are literally fighting for the lives of our children and our future children in this county, for them to have clean air and water, for them to have health and be in a safe environment. Are you sure you're pro-life? You could just make it a pro-birth proclamation if you don't care what happens to them in the future after they're born. We are not giving up. We are not going away. We will continue to fight this landfill. Vote no. It's solidarity.
Thank you, Tammy. Josh Burgess.
Josh Burgess, Archer Road, Southwest Virginia. I'd like to say thanks to this board that maybe in the future I can thank you, each and every one of you. But right now I'd like to thank the board of Scott County and the town of St. Paul for their opposition to this landfill. You know, they're a neighboring county, and it's like they didn't even have to think twice. They knew what to do, what was the right thing for the future of the area, generations to come, and that is excluding one board member. I can't thank him. So Ricky, okay, everybody knows. And you know, there's a lot of tension. This thing is getting a lot of attention, a lot of support. I recently had my family at the Johnson City Mall Saturday, and I try to wear this T-shirt 7 days a week. And you would not believe the people that come up to me and thank me, and even said, "Hey, buddy, I have the same shirt. We're in the same fight. Thank you." So that speaks a lot. And another thing that people hadn't talked much about is this area that this landfill is going to sit in is a floodplain. The lower area is a floodplain. And if anybody lives in the area, they know the river gets out of its banks a minimum of 5 times a year. Okay, I live on those river banks. I live it. So it could go on for a week. I have to walk maybe a half a mile to get access to a vehicle to go to work. So the Moss 3 site, when you're in the flood season, or the times of the floods, the only in and out for that property will be through the town of St. Paul. I don't know if anybody has thought about that. Cleveland Road, Power Plant Road is impassable. So you're going to force all this truck traffic through the town of St. Paul. The only other option is to come through Duty that way, or Frying Pan, and that is a go path. So we need to think about that. So many days a week, the roads are going to be impassable. So what are we going to do with the trash and the trucks? And we talk about a regional landfill. We take our trash to Blumpville. Is that not a regional landfill? Why do we need a regional landfill? If we're going to take trash by rail, that sounds like a national landfill for the nation. And we do not need to be the nation's dumping ground. And another thing, if you calculate math on 1,200 acre site, 1 inch of rainfall, what does that generate? What's this site going to generate in gallons of water? Best of my calculations, you're looking at 32,400,000 gallons of water with 1 inch of rainfall. And we're going to contain that. Is this thing going to be sloped for runoff? You talk about containing leachate. How's this even possible? And I want to leave you with a few words. Here are a few words from J.D. Burgess. It doesn't matter how much you make. It's how much that you save that will get you where you want to go in life. And another thing, a powerful, enriched, wealthy local government will never equal a wealthy, thriving, self-sufficient local economy. A wealthy government equals a larger government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. April Hackney. let's hold it down so speaker continue. Go ahead.
I'd like to say good evening to all the board. This is hard for me to do. But I felt like I had to stand up and say something. My name is April Hackney, and we live at Carbo. And my husband is Rick Hackney, and he lives at Carbo. His family are all from Carbo, born and raised there. I'm not a political person. I don't know all of the ins and outs about the landfill. But I mean, it's been proven what landfills do. And I know that you all would like to think that it's not going to do things, it's not going to make things unsafe, but it's bound to in the long run. I just had to come to try to defend our home and our family. Like I said, I'm not political. I don't argue over political things. But when you start messing with my home and my family, I guess I'll just be like a mother bear. Carbo is our sanctuary. It's our little piece of heaven. And I know that any of you that have been there, all these people who know about it, I mean, there's not many places like it. And my husband's parents wanted their children to have this land. We want our children to have this land, and hopefully our grandchildren. And we hope that they can enjoy living there like we have and enjoy the peace and the tranquility that you can find there. You know, when you're there, it's quiet, it's peaceful, the river's flowing, and there's no other feeling like that. We have enjoyed the forest, the river. We have a picnic area around from our house by the river where we have had a family reunion every year on Labor Day. And it's been over 50 years that we've done this. But if this proposed landfill comes, I'm afraid that's all going to be gone. I mean, we live probably within a mile of where it's going to be. And if everything comes down from there, you know, the river's gone. Some people's water will be gone. It's just not a good thought. We feel that our way of life is being threatened by the proposed landfill. We feel our groundwater will be affected. The river will be affected, and not least of all, our property values. I mean, we're not going to have anything. And I would just like to ask each of you to put yourself in our place. I mean, what if it was coming 1 mile from where you were living, and you were going to lose everything? How would you feel? I mean, it's just not good. And I would ask you, please, to vote against it and to not bring it. And I would ask you to please just try to think or find some other thing, some other company that can come and be a help to the people. I don't know how many people would be employed with this landfill. But you know, when the coal mines was there, the power plant is there, people were at least employed. And I just don't know how much good this landfill would do any of us. So I would like to ask you to please vote no. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris McDonald.
Good afternoon, Board. Well, there's some hard acts to follow behind me, but I want to say that since hearing about this landfill, I've become very interested in the county business and the county politics. I've attended every meeting except for the one that you had on Saturday morning, I think in February and March. I was able to watch them at work online, so I pretty much heard every comment publicly that has been made about this landfill. I've heard doctors, miners, farmers, engineers, and preachers. All, they either have firsthand knowledge of the area or they have done a ton of research about landfills, leachate, and the liners. But most importantly, I've heard from mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers. So I asked myself, what ties all these people together? I mean, you got people of different incomes, religious beliefs, political philosophies, but it's simple. They don't want a landfill in their backyard. They are totally opposed to it. The dangers of bringing trash into this county, this beautiful county, and how it will be here for our children, our grandchildren to deal with for generations. So I live on Ivy Ridge. I'll give you a little history of my farm and my family. My son will be the 5th generation. I think it's actually more, but it's at least the 5th generation of person to farm this ground. So you're talking probably 140 to 150 years of history that we have on top of that mountain. I live 1.9 miles, I measured it this morning, from Moss 3. And today my son taught me how to look on Google Earth. I live 2.2 miles, my house, from the Middle Fork Pond, from the proposed landfill site. And the wind, I'm a hunter and a trapper, I pay attention to the wind. It always blows out of the northwest just about every day. I will not be able to escape that smell. I don't care if you bring in 10,000 ton a day, 6,000 ton a day, whatever. And I also want to mention the vast cave system that runs through our properties. Although the properties where the landfill will be does not have cave system under it, there is a massive cave system that lays just adjacent to this property. If you look on the internet, the Cyclops, Smith's Drop, they are beautiful caves. You wouldn't believe it, but you should look it up. And your decision will impact those caves. In closing, I know that the tax revenue from a landfill is tempting, and I can understand that. But that also puts us into a state of mind that the bigger the better, and that's not right. So I'm asking you to look beyond the money and look what is most important for this county, and that is its people. So now I'm asking you to send a clear message that while Russell County is open for business, our business is not burying someone else's trash in our yard. So I'm asking each and every one of you, all 7 of you, unanimously, vote no for this host agreement or anyone that comes here later, whatever. We need a unanimous vote and stand as a county. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chris. Alan Rasnick.
My name's Alan Rasnick. I'm not much of a speaker, and most of what I was going to speak about has already been told about before. But what's the size of the ponds that are already on that site? You know? And what danger it might present? Bring the trash in? And does that landfill property, is any of it join Buchanan County? You know? Well, it's close. And I don't think you notified people in Buchanan County that you put a landfill adjacent to their county. And there may be runoff coming from it. And another thing, Mr. Eaton, why did you send your wife down there to take pictures of my junkyard? Yeah. They tried to get the state on me for a few old cars I had outside my junkyard. Well, it sure looked like it.
It wasn't.
Well,
I can promise you that. It wasn't my one.
all right. That's what I wanted to say.
But it wasn't.
All right. Thank the crowd for coming.
Thank you, sir. Dana Tucker.
My name's Dana Tucker. I'm from Honeacre. I'm looking at our nation this week, and I see nothing but straight division. Republican, Democrats, it doesn't matter. If you're Republican, you think you got done dirty, it's going to be on appeal. If you're Democrat, you say you think you got what you deserve. But that's not the point. The point is always in the appeals. And we have no appeal with this other than what we're looking at right now. The division that just that piece of history will cause in this country will last for decades. It'll last for generations. And that's what you're facing. We got that same division in this county. When your towns refuse to help their fellow citizens, your towns are being boycotted. Your events, they're being boycotted. Why in the world would anybody from this county go up and support the Russell County Fair? They ought to be standing in front of it with their signs and just telling people, go away. This is not where you want to spend your money. And I can't understand why, with everything that you've heard and seen, what in the world would possibly make you consider accepting a contract from anyone with one of the parameters being you can't tell your people what we're going to do? Why would you do this? It makes no sense. Now, the second thing is, I may not be in your position right now, but I've been on these boards. I've had the professional training. I've been to the schools. And I know that everybody behind me knows. You can put as much lipstick on you want to as that excuse you gave. You table that host agreement because of these two cameras sitting right here. And that amount of people sitting behind me. That's a fact. And that's why people don't trust you. Because every time you tell us something, next month it changes. But let nobody forget, including the people in TV land, right now, we should all be back here saying, Moss 3, host agreement, 10,000 pounds a day. Because if you had your way, we would now be hearing about this. Now they would be voting on it. We would have never known unless their document got leaked out. And that's what everybody's talking about when they got threatened with subpoenas. Now, Mr. Breeding, that is God said. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dana. Lowell Bice.
Good.
I'm Lowell Weiss. I live in Honeacre on Green Acres. But I know, you imagine what your railroads will smell like when they rail that trash in here on my rail. It's going to be bad. And people don't realize it, need their head examined. Because I'll tell you, it's going to be bad. I know about everybody on the Board of Supervisors. I know every one of them. Not like every one of them. I don't have nothing against none of them. But I still think if this stuff's going to come in on the rail, you imagine what your rail's going to smell like. Because it's going to leak. Guys, ain't nothing to go in a bag to what won't come out. Of those bags will bust. I know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Randy Hurley.
First, I want to remind the board that public hearing is not a turkey trot. It is a statutory requirement because you are supposed to listen to your constituents. And we are not here for your amusement. Now, I'm not personally intimate with landfills, but I am intimate with law. And the law is that the 1991 ordinance banning all private landfills in this county is still law. That ordinance has never been revoked. The 2011 and 2017 ordinances merely added to the 1991 ordinance and did not revoke the 1991 ordinance. So I'm here to urge this board to follow the law that your predecessors created. In order for this landfill to come to pass, it is you as a board that must publicly vote down the 1991 ordinance. You, not DEQ, not the governor, you. Any host agreement entered into by this county should be contingent upon the 1991 ordinance failing in a court of law, not in a boardroom. Adding to this, I hate to burst the money bubble, but the Biden administration has recently updated PFAS regulations that limit PFAS to 4 parts per trillion in drinking water. The fly ash proposed in the host agreements we have seen are loaded in PFAS. Once leachate escapes the landfill, it will enter into the Clinch River. PFAS cause cancer. PFAS cause miscarriage. PFAS cause heart disease. This is not a joke, and the PFAS remediation that will be required will eat through whatever profit you think this project will garner. In solidarity.
Kim Bowman. Jeremy Kim, there you are.
It's going to be a tough act to follow some of these people. I'm just a mother. That's all I am. And I'm a resident of Russell County for more than 40 years. I raised 3 successful kids here that now live far away. Today, I'm sorry. I also speak for them as I express our utter heartbreak that this landfill is even being considered. Thank you for that. We struggle to comprehend how, in the name of God, have we deteriorated to the point that trashing Russell County is considered a godsend. This is God's country. It is a place to be revered and preserved for the good of many, not for condemnation for a few. It is a sanctuary for rare, helpless creatures in the Clinch, and a haven within these protected mountains for all things that are good about life in Southwest Virginia. The air, the crystal waters, the respect for life and family. It is the type of place where more people will be seeking refuge in an attempt to escape the further decline of our country. This place is a true godsend for those of us who choose to live here. You want luxury? We are living it right now. For true luxury is being loved by people. It is being respected by your constituents. Luxury is hugs and kisses from your children and grandchildren and being able to watch them running across fields that have been in your family for generations. Luxury is what money cannot buy. So here we are, willing to humbly beg you to spare our land, our godsend, from the proposed landfill, and to see this from our perspective. Why would this saving grace for our county necessitate clandestine meetings and the amending of a county ordinance as early as 2017? Do you remember? You realize how long ago this has been being plotted? The only possible explanation is to push this through behind our backs. What we deserve when we elect public officials is integrity at the very least. And this project and recent revelations are completely devoid of that concept. You have a chance to redeem yourself. Please choose these wonderful people whose very existence depends on this land by saying no to this landfill. Show the rest of the state that the slogan that has emerged, Virginia is for corruption, does not apply to Russell County. Be grateful for what you have and be the person your grandkids and kids think you are, the greatest person ever, and be the one that saved Russell County for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Teresa Puckett.
Good evening. I've sat here tonight my heart's breaking. These people that have been up here before, Sherman Wallace, David, I've watched him grow up. He ain't just Sherman's kid, my kid. Chris McDonald, I watched him grow up. He ain't just Junior kid, he's my kid. Why would you want to hurt my kid? I can't for the life of me understand it. Are you getting something out of this? That are you getting something that you're willing to hurt my people, my neighbors, my friends, my family? I've got one grandson. He says, "Mama, I live in nowhere, Virginia." That breaks my heart. I've got one turned down 3 baseball scholarships to stay in Russell County. Why would you do this to us? I don't understand. I just can't understand. You want this land in this country? Do you want it? Do you think it's best for me and my friends?
Yeah, we're going to answer questions.
Why not? Listen, when we first got together, that's what I asked you for, Steve. Do you remember? Tell me. That's all I'm asking. Tell me. Why? Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to do this? It's my people. My people. Why do you want to hurt them? I don't get it. I thought you were my people. I wouldn't hurt you. I would not hurt you. I've said on meetings with you, I can't imagine all the work you've done for the tourism this year. Why in the world would you even go along with it? I don't get it. I don't understand it. We need some of these outside, put back outside. Russell County needs to come together. You need to leave us.
Thank you, Teresa. Peter, I can't make out your last name. Nassar? Okay.
Peter Manson. I live in St. Paul. I haven't got much to say that hasn't already been said by folks who are way more eloquent than me. But the sentiment that I hear expressed a great deal, directly or indirectly, is acceptable risk. My only question here is for everyone. What level of risk do we find to be acceptable? What level of risk to our drinking water? What level of risk to our soil? What level of risk to our air quality? What level of risk do we find acceptable for the Clinch River? One of the cleanest, most biologically diverse waterways in the U.S. Why would we want this? Why would we place it at the slightest risk? Forgive me for being ambitious, but I say the acceptable level of risk is 0. I work at the Job Corps over in Coburn. We take in students from D.C., we take in students from New York, from Philly, from Norfolk, Virginia Beach. These kids are what you might call at risk. They're from rough areas, they're from rough backgrounds. My role in this is to welcome them to their new environment, to help them get accustomed and orientated to this area. Part of that is I always take them on hiking trips, on local trails. I take them to the Clinch River State Park. I've taken them to the Shambles. I've taken them to the Fiesta Gorge. And 201, they always react in awe. They think they know nature. They don't know anything like this. They've never seen this in all their lives. Folks coming in from outdoors, they are struck by this area's natural beauty. They're struck by the cleanliness of the waters. They're struck by the richness of our habitat. Why would we put this at risk? I say the acceptable level of risk for this is 0. The acceptable level of risk to our ecotourism industry, which is still in its cradle, is 0. The Clinch River and its watershed is a legacy. It's a treasure that can't be valued by figures on the balance sheet. Please let us keep it.
Thank you, Peter. Sherry Patton.
Good evening, everyone. So a few weeks ago, I sent emails to 4 board members requesting that they vote no on the host agreement. None of y'all responded. So I figured I'd let everybody here know kind of a quick synopsis of what I said. And because I'm all for transparency, even when the board isn't. So, Ms. Wallace, start with you. I know you want to put St. Paul on the map. I heard you say that your goal was when people hear St. Paul, they think Virginia and not Minnesota. Well, I tell you something. If you vote for this host agreement, yeah, people are going to think of Virginia instead of Minnesota when they hear St. Paul, but it is not going to be for any kind of good reason. It's going to be that we're the biggest damn trash dump in the country. Ms. Tara Dye, this landfill is effectively going to kill Cleveland. You know it. I know it. Everybody in this room knows it. Mr. Hensley, I wrote to you, and I don't even think you bothered reading my email because it didn't look like it was read. But anyway, I wrote to you about the importance of agriculture in Russell County. When this landfill leaks, and as we know, it will leak, this leachate is going to seep into the springs, the streams, and the groundwater. Do we have a fund from Matney and Company to provide bottled water for livestock? Ms. Rebecca Dye, to you, I pointed out the dangers of landfills on newborns. I know you're a former teacher or principal, and you're very concerned about children. There is a study that's been done, again, which I sent you this information, that there is a 12% increased risk of congenital malformations in children born to families that live within a mile of a landfill. Mr. Kaiser, I didn't write to you because, honestly, I can't get a handle on you, and I didn't quite know what buttons to push. Mr. Breeding and Mr. Eaton, I didn't bother with y'all either, because God Almighty himself could come down here and tell y'all to vote no on this host agreement. But you do it anyway because you think you're so much smarter than everybody else. And I just have one last thing to say, and this is to the entire board. It would behoove y'all to think about not renewing Mr. Lester's contract. Not only to Russell County as a whole, but to the board. By using county funds to pay for the Bethesda study for a private landfill on private property, he has committed fiduciary malfeasance, which leaves the entire board open to a recall and a lawsuit. Thank y'all very much.
Charles King.
They start early for me, 5:30 this morning. I was gonna say one thing, but since this has changed, I'm gonna say something else. What in the world could be worse than uncertainty in somebody's life? What's going on with this process is creating uncertainty for the citizens of this county. And I don't know how much longer we're gonna kick this can down the road, but uncertainties will create animosity. You can see that happening. And I hate to see it in Russell County. Whatever decision is going to be made, needs to be made as soon as possible instead of dragging it out. That's all I got to say, y'all. We'll head to the house. Thank you,
Charles. Angie McLaughlin.
Okay. He just talked about what dragging this on and on and on is doing to everybody. And honestly, truly, it's killing me. I mean, I have been so brokenhearted, and I have prayed, and I've begged, and I don't know what else to do. But the Bible says that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. And right now, I'm crushed in spirit. And, you know, even according to your all's lawyer, you don't have to wait and go back and forth with the host agreement. You can just say, no, we've looked at it. It's not what our county wants. And just stop it immediately so that everybody is not so torn up all the time. This is presenting a danger to lives. Not just land, not just livestock, not just the fish, but actual lives who care about their families and their neighbors. And I just don't see why you can't stop it right now. And Tara, I mean, it's in your district. Couldn't somebody make a motion to just say, okay, let's vote no, let's stop this and vote on it today? And the Bible also says, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given to him. Just use the wisdom that God's given you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Eddie Dickens.
I'm Betty Dickinson from Castlewood. I live about 4 miles as the crow flies from where this thing goes. Month after month, the citizens of this county and beyond have been telling you, our Board of Supervisors, our elected representatives, why we overwhelmingly oppose the creation of this landfill. The site's geologically unsound. It's one of the most important biological hotspots in the country, not the county, the country. All landfill liners eventually fail and leak. The landfill would be less than a mile from the Clinch River, whose importance cannot be overstated, ecologically or economically, not just for our county, but for all who live and work downriver along its path throughout southwest Virginia into Tennessee. No one wants this but a handful of people who stand to make a lot of money at the expense of every living thing here. It's always lamented that when the coal left, the people left, particularly the young people. Those once vibrant coal towns are now ghost towns. If you allow this landfill, people will leave. And with no customers, the businesses will fold. And Russell County will be a ghost county known for nothing but trash. Please use your common sense. All researched evidence points to how bad this is. And let your vote reflect the will of the people you represent. The whole thing is the same old repetitive story. Outside hucksters with big money, they come here, they exploit the land and the people who live here to make themselves massive profits and leave in their wake ruination. It's happened here for generations, but this time, show them that we're not so easily taken advantage of and that we and you say no. Thank you.
RD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Mr. Lester, Mr. Wampler. What I want to first mention is the hard act to follow. I'm not going to try to. These folks have spoken with a lot of passion, and I also appreciate Mr. Wallace and the Smith gentlemen, what they're saying about the real estate is true. We're seeing it. We're not the only ones feeling it. Obviously, Mr. Wallace has felt it, and it's just going to get worse if we have this landfill. No doubt in my mind. We're just going to have people won't come or leave. Their population's just going to keep going down. I don't think it's worth the risk of that. I mean, we're not going to have to worry about money if we dwindle down to the point that we don't have any citizens much. Those left will really be paying some taxes then. With respect to say no, I promised some of you that I would look into this thing further of some concern about you might get sued if you vote no. So we've looked into it considerably. And here's what I say. You don't have a host agreement, not a host agreement, but a sitting agreement, to my knowledge. There's no other document that's been signed relating to a promise to do a host agreement in the landfill. There's nothing that we can find in the 2017 solid waste ordinance that means you're automatically going to get sued if you vote no either. So, in my opinion, there's not any document that exists that's going to subject you to an automatic suit. As the lawyers will say, you can sue a ham sandwich, so you can't ever say you'll never be sued for anything about anything, but that's just the risk we run. And when you run for Board of Supervisors, you know, you're putting yourself out there at some risk. That just goes with it. Just like a police officer puts himself out at some risk when he puts his uniform on. They're just things that go. Now, in my opinion, if you should get sued for voting no, you should have insurance with the county that will defend you. And if you found negligent, which I can't imagine you would be, but if you found negligent, you should have coverage that would pay whatever the policy limit is if it's judgment that high. So I hope we maybe, I think Amy, I hope I'm right in saying this, but if somebody on the board votes no and they should get sued because of it, I think we'll help them. We have a lot of documents. So we'll pledge that to you too. then I'll say last that as Angie mentioned, basically the code does provide for you. You know, to just withdraw. You can quit any time. So I would ask you to consider that as well. We would like a no vote. Listen to these folks, and it just occurs to me that there's not really any need in putting some of our citizens through this kind of stress and pressure, particularly those that are closer to the proposed site. And I think it's just getting to be too much, bearing too much pressure, and for all the other reasons we mentioned, it's just not a good idea. But in closing, I would just say no. Thank you.
Thank you, R.D. Arnold King.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board, fellow citizens of Russell County. My wife and I have been here. We're in our 12th year. We're actually newcomers here. And I've pastored 2 churches here, pastored Bethel Baptist Church here in town. And I come to you tonight, my wife and I, when we came here, we had this idea, okay, we'll go to Russell County for a while and then we'll retire and we'll move back to Knoxville, somewhere like that. But the longer we lived here, the greater our love became for this county. And many times I've taken pictures of the various beauties of this county and sent it to friends out of the area, and they would say, wow, it's a beautiful place. But I come to you tonight to just say, I know you're in a public position. I've served in the public eye as pastor for 48 plus years. But I ask you this, as elected officials of your respective districts and areas, it is my conviction, and you're my friends, I've worshiped with you. I know some of you. I pray for you. I look at you as friends. But I simply would offer this injection that I believe if you had the pulse of this people on your hearts before this even started, that we could have averted all of this, and that we could have moved in another direction, that we could have trusted our leadership to pursue other areas. I know the economy is weak here. It's weak in our nation. And I know people that are struggling. But it would break my heart to see the beauty and the tranquility and what I believe also is the spirituality of this county hurt and destroyed, and there be division among us because of something as simple as a landfill that, in my opinion, should have been avoided as any option to begin with. I urge you tonight, I urge you in the days going forth, consider the welfare of this county today and in the days that follow, and let us all draw together and love each other. Let us pray for each other. Let us consider our brothers. Let us consider our families. Let us consider our neighborhoods, our churches, because this affects all of us, because we're all in this thing together. And I close with, I guess it was my dad or somebody gave me this little statement several years ago I learned, and it said this: an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. God bless you.
Thank you. Denise Blevins.
Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, each one of you. Appreciate the time. I'm Denise Blevins. I live in Abingdon, but I am a business owner and I own real estate in Russell County. So I have a vested interest actually in this county to see it prosper and to see the beauty of this county and everything continue. So I've been a realtor for almost 29 years, and I was born in Buchanan County, moved to Richlands before high school, and just to give you a little bit of background, basically, 10 years after I graduated, I moved away from the area to the Richmond, Virginia area. Now, everybody in Richmond always said, oh, you're from Southwest Virginia, but you have a strong work ethic, okay? So, and we do. That's the strongest thing about Southwest Virginia is, the people of Southwest Virginia. So I urge you to listen actually to your constituents, to the people actually who are in Russell County who really care about this community and about this county. So, the area is rich with beauty. I've been selling real estate for a long time. I came back here almost 12 years ago. And, since then I've sold a lot of real estate in Russell County. And I don't sell this area because of people moving here for jobs. They don't move here for jobs. They move here because of the beauty of this place. Southwest Virginia is unlike anything else in the country. And I've been in 37 states across this country. And I can tell you there is no other beauty like Southwest Virginia. So, when people call me and they say, one of the first questions, have you ever been to Southwest Virginia? It's absolutely incredible. The longer I'm here and I'm back home, I realize more and more and more every day how beautiful this is. So I just want to urge you, to really think about the vote that you're, going to do. And I keep hearing basically in some of the meetings that I've been to that, this landfill is different from Bristol, right? Well, let me share some big similarities. Okay, the first one is Ernie Hawk was responsible for fixing the Bristol landfill and failed for years while getting paid. And he's one of Russell County's paid experts. Bautista was convicted of negligence and malice by the state of West Virginia. And they're one of the experts hired by Russell County that completed the feasibility study and also worked on the Bristol landfill. Bristol had drainage issues. Russell County has drainage issues. Bristol's landfill is bowl-shaped and holding water, according to Ernie Hawk. If you read the Potesta report on Russell County, they want to place the landfill in a bowl-shaped depression between two dams currently holding water. Bristol took out-of-state industrial waste. The host agreement, or the proposed host agreement for Russell County, lists industrial waste and will be accepting out-of-state waste. The only differences between Bristol and this proposed landfill, Russell County will be intaking way more tonnage of trash daily, half in one day what Bristol took in half a year. Bristol is on top of rock quarry. Russell County is on top of a coal mine. Bristol did not have rail intake as an option that Russell County does. So due to the size of this landfill based on the most recent host agreement that was leaked, this should be a regional decision made by all of the local governments having input and working together. Since Russell County has 3 brand new board members with no past experience negotiating a deal of this size in this industry, it is concerning that they are the only people making this giant decision that will impact the entire region. I seriously want you all to think about this. This county is beautiful. One of the, whenever we moved to this county, my husband and I, he's from Northern Virginia. And I basically came down and, picked out a house, and so we moved down. So he doesn't like to travel on the interstate. So we came Route 58, okay, all the way from Blackstone, Virginia, okay, and that is a curvy road. So it added 3 hours to our commute, okay. So when we get to the house over on Middle Valley Road that we were going to live in for a little while, he gets out of the car and he says, I've got 2 questions. Where in the H have you moved me? And are we still in Virginia? So people, ladies and gentlemen, I really, really want you to think about your constituents. People, obviously, they love this county. People that live in this county love it. I thought enough of it to buy real estate here. I sell real estate here. But when I'm talking to people, I tell them all the time, what a beautiful place we live in. Let's vote no. Let's don't ruin that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Susie Owen. You don't want to comment now? Tim Sawinski. Did I pronounce him?
It was close enough, sir. Looks more intimidating than it is. My name is Tim Sawinski. I'm from Virginia Sierra Club. I lead communications there, and we have grown in concern at the request of the community to come talk about why this project is a bad deal and how it's essentially, in short, letting a corporation get more money at the expense of their health, lives, and livelihoods. Last time I was here, there was questions about the user agreement, and my question was, can you guarantee with 100% certainty that this project won't harm the health of anyone in the community? And your own answer was no. I guess for the life of me, I don't understand why that wasn't the end of it right there. It's not a question of if this thing will leak, it will. It's not a question if it will smell, which by the way carries toxic chemicals that mostly impact the elderly, people who are already sick, and our children. It's a question of when. We have seen this all across the United States, and every single landfill leaks. So how do we get here? It's confusing. Well, I know how we got here because I've been around the block for these type of deliberations before. A corporate polluter comes in and says, we got this great deal for you. And they say, this is how good it's going to be for you. And they don't tell you any of the bad. They come in and say, this is how we're going to protect anything that you might think of. Look over here, don't look over here. And we know that's the case here because it seems that the research about the worst health impacts and weaknesses of these projects have been coming from the community and not from your own experts. They work with you for months, potentially years, and say, we got all of this. It will be okay. Trust us. And then you get to this point where you're so far along where they can threaten litigation that you feel like your hands are tied. That you feel like there's nothing else you can do. And inevitably, when you're talking about this, there will be someone among you or some lawyer from the corporation will say, you're opening yourself up to suit. We're talking about their lives. We're talking about a community who overwhelmingly doesn't want this because not one single person among them has said, vote yes on this. They've all said no. That should matter more than an empty threat of a corporation who will use their profits at the expense of these people. This is not an unreasonable request. It should be the floor of public policy, your jobs, in a place where DC has forgot about, where Richmond has forgot about. They don't have someone coming in from out of state. They have you. So it is up to you and you alone, and you're going to be encouraging of the community members who've been doing enough of your job for you to get the word out there to vote no. And no matter what they say, you can do it right now. You can do it right now. Let them try to sue you. Let them try to have a corporate entity say, we're going to take more from a place that has already lost too much. Let them do it. And I promise you, I'm a Sierra Club, and I will use every single resource I can. If they go down that road of litigation, I will make sure the media knows about it. I will make sure that it is publicized as much as possible. I will use every resource at my disposal to make sure that if you make the right decision, we will have your backs. Please, please, just this one time, let politics work. Let it work for the people. I'm asking you. I can't ask you how to vote. I can only ask you to follow the truth. And the truth is that they don't want it, and you have the power to do something. Please, just this time, let the system work. Just this time. Thank you for your time, and thank you all. Don't give up.
Bobby Powers. Bobby Powers.
He got him fired up. All right, I don't know any of y'all up here. My name's Bobby Powers. I'm from over in Scott County. I own property over in Wise County and Scott County, and we know that this is going to leach out. And I've heard a lot of things from the attorney, Brandy. I've heard a lot of smart people talk tonight, but the big picture that nobody's mentioned here is Terry Kilgore. He's representing the county and he's representing the landfill, and he's been, and that's what we hear.
Let's let the lady speak, please.
No, that's all right. We hear that it's a conflict of interest. We've heard it's a conflict of interest. We've heard it and heard it and heard it. You think that man don't know it's a conflict of interest? So this is the thing. So this is an outsider telling y'all how I look. Somebody's going to make a big money, and he's going to turn and run, and he's not going to be able to represent y'all because it is a conflict of interest. When he's going to cut and dry. I mean, he's going to cut and run and leave y'all to deal with this on your own. He's using you all as pawns, and y'all don't even see it.
David Dingus. David Dingus.
My name is David Dingus. I'm from Gravelwick. I want to say it's an honor to be here and address my fellow citizens of Russell County. I say address my fellow citizens because so far the citizens are the only ones listening. I've addressed this board on several occasions, and although I've been told my voice has been heard, I've yet to see an action that would build my faith in that statement. In fact, I've been encouraged to, quote, continue a building of trust. Trust. Why should any citizen of this county have trust in this governing body? I'm glad to see the news media out here tonight because on previous occasions, this board has often treated the public comment section like a boring classroom lecture. Some of you pretend to take notes, some of you refuse to make eye contact, and some of you even drift off to sleep. Check your eyes at this very moment. If you had to look up at me, or worse, if you heard that and didn't look up at me, you might be one of those folks that already has your mind made up about this issue. And You are in no position to lead the citizens of this county. Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution of Virginia states, "The government is, or ought to be, instituted for the common benefit of the people, nation, or community. All of the various modes and forms of government that is best which is effectively secured against the danger of maladministration, and wherever any government shall be found inadequate or contrary to these purposes, a majority of the community hath an undeniable, inalienable, and indefeasible right to reform, alter, or abolish it in such a manner as shall be judged most conducive to the public weal." The public weal, W-E-A-L, meaning for the good of the public or community. So I'd like to ask the board, for what good of the public or community was Terry Kilgore acting when he contacted Scott County Board of Supervisors when they were drafting a letter to oppose this landfill? Furthermore, how can the citizens of this county be protected from maladministration when this very governing body will give a man a contract whose actions appear contrary to the will of the people in 2 different counties and extremely unethical? So I'd like for the board to have positive action on 2 fronts. I'm going to be bold enough to ask you guys to do 2 things. First off, I'd like you to vote no to the host agreement. And the second thing I would ask you to do is for somebody to make a motion to terminate the contract of Mr. Kilgore to be the attorney for the Russell County Board of Supervisors. Notice in the Constitution of Virginia it says capable of producing the greatest degree of happiness and safety. It doesn't mention anything about profit. In solidarity, I yield the rest of my time.
Walter Dingus.
I'd like to thank you for my time to speak. I don't have a prepared speech. I usually just speak from my heart. So that's what I'll do today. I would like to start with giving you a short history lesson on Southwest Virginia, the people that settled it. They were hardworking, industrious people that had a set of values that they handed down to their children. And one of their main values was they all wanted their children to have a better life than they did. Every one of them. Here's evidence of it. Now, I will further state that the opinion from people outside this area, especially wealthy people, we've always been stereotyped as a bunch of dumb hillbillies. Easy pickings. It started around 1900 when all this got started, when they discovered that there was an abundance of timber and coal. Here they came. Bought people's land for nothing. Paid them nothing. They did give them a job, but they paid them in script that you could only spend at a company store, so it was nothing short of slave labor. Now, when the United Mine Workers came to power, which my grandfather was very in the roots of organizing, things started to change because people in this area always stood up and fight for what is right. I don't feel that has changed through the generations. And no longer are we illiterate, poor, dumb hillbillies. Some of our representatives seem to still think that stereotype fits us, but that is no longer true. And I just feel nothing but pride and gratitude from all the young people that have actually stayed in this area, that are well educated and stayed in this area. A lot of them haven't. They've had to leave because of opportunities. That's our fault. That's not their fault.
The ones that have stayed here are well spoken, well educated, and well organized. And I offer my pride and my gratitude for what they are doing, because they are still standing up and fighting against something that is wrong. Now, that's just a small history lesson. I liked history in the school because I had a teacher that said, if we don't study history, we're doomed to repeat it. Now, that's a history lesson up to now. In the early 1980s, when the coal business went downhill, people were out of jobs, people were leaving here, and the size of this county has decreased in population steadily. Some forward-thinking, conservation-minded people said, we've got a beautiful area here. Let's clean up the streams. Let's let the land heal. Let's let people that come to see this area so they will know what a beautiful area it is. And there's been a steady improvement all the way until now. I actually was in part of the Clinch River cleanup, where you go get the trash out of the river. Now, 45 years later, here we are. A lot of the wounds from the mining industry and the timber industry is healed. The streams are clean, probably the cleanest they've been in 100 years now. And not only through federal regulation, just by people, the people of this county. So, are we doomed to repeat this again? Because we have the same thing happening right now. We have a bunch of rich, greedy men and corporations coming in here to defile and destroy our land, our air, our water, and for what? So we can be the trash dump of the eastern United States? Now, the people of Russell County, I'm a 5th generation myself that's lived on Gravel Lake Road. I don't know if you know where that is, but if you can't find it, just follow the no landfill signs. It'll take you right to it. Now, you folks, all of you were elected by the people of this county. And you were elected, and they put their trust in you. And there's one thing that has to be the top priority of any elected representative of the people, is the health and the welfare of the people. Not money for the rich, greedy businessmen to come in here and destroy our beautiful environment. Now, you have a golden opportunity here. All of you do. You have a golden opportunity laying right at your feet. You can be part of this forward-looking people that see a better way ahead. Or you can be on the side of greed and a little bit of money. Now, do you choose the people and their health and welfare, or do you choose money? It's a simple choice. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, sir. Tyler, is it Cole? Tyler Crow.
So, I don't really know any of y'all, just as you don't know me. What I do see, though, are many weak-minded individuals. This landfill shouldn't even be a topic of discussion right now. My first question is, though, how much are y'all getting paid to try to sneak this shit by? The number one thing you should never forget while you sit up here is y'all represent the people. Hell, that's us, baby. The ones y'all are trying to bend over, while you're trying to fatten your little pocketbooks up. It ain't you. I own an estate service company, TLC Estate Services, LLC. And the thing is, that's going to see a significant decrease in the revenue if this landfill is allowed. Fourth generation farmer also in Minnesota, that's where I'm from. About 15 miles as the crow flies is where y'all are trying to put this fucking landfill. I really don't like it. So I live on the riverbanks of the North Fork of the South Holston. My water is purely from the spring and clear as can be. I love drinking. I have a big pond. I have all kinds of fish in there. I catch them from the river. I stock my pond. Sometimes I get hungry, I go through a lot of eating. Y'all are going to pollute that. Every year, I plant and sell tens of acres of crops that will be affected. One of my abundant sources of income. My cattle will become poisoned, and beef possibly tainted. All wildlife in the area, the deer that we hunt and eat, they're all going to be tainted as well. And most of us have been hunting since we were old enough to hunt rifles. From developing software, working on the railroad, building operating rooms, I've lived in over 30 states. Places in which I've returned from to fulfill my destiny back home in the mountains. A place I'm going to raise my son. And he's due December 2nd. And he's going to be a traditional gentleman who will also fight against tyranny, kind of like the shit that's happening up here. What happens when a train directs? I worked for CSX on a curve replacement game. I drove a boom truck, I drove a cut truck. A lot of work. A lot of y'all don't look like you like to get your hands dirty anyways. So basically what I'm saying is, what happens if one of those leaks? Those rail cars, and I guarantee all of them are going to leak. Because that's the thing on the railroad, we're going to replace shit until it's ready to be replaced. We're going to be welding it up, throwing some new parts and pieces on, anything to save a dime and get it across the line. That's what we do. So I want y'all to do what is right, because people behind me don't want this. I don't want this. All the other citizens that don't know about this, because it's kind of been hush-hush, I guarantee you they don't want it. So to all the citizens here, thank y'all for coming. It's going to be us who make the difference. So each and every one of y'all stay hard about this. And to the board, it sounds like you've heard from the people. But what we're saying is, well, don't fuck with our happy. I guarantee your family ain't going to be proud. And you know what? I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I've already worked all day. Hell, I shot two deer in my garden last night about 1 o'clock this morning. I'm ready to get some sleep. I'm kind of pissed I'm fucking here. That being said, y'all go home and think about this. Sleep on it. Pray. Do whatever you need to do. But it's not a good conscious decision. And neither one of y'all can look me in the eyes right now and say it is. But you need to work on that and stay away. Kill it. But other than that, listen to the people. We don't want it. And have a wonderful night. Be wise.
Gary Hughes.
I feel like that the board here is being used as a pawn by these rich people to make a ton of money, make an ecological disaster, and be gone from here, and we'll be stuck with the mess. And Mr. Kilgore has, in my opinion, has done some shady things. I wonder that. And one of the men that worked at the coal mine center, he told me that his job one time, the black slop comes off perforation pipe is supposed to go on the slate. He pushed it inside the mine for 2 years. So already the land is already in danger of being polluted. So I don't know what drives you all to think this trash is going to save us. It's going to destroy Russell County and Southwest Virginia as well. And if you do vote for this agreement, and I hate to say this, but I feel like we have fell into a dictatorship. Thank you.
This next name I can't quite make out. It's either Jeff or Jill. And I can't make out the last name. Maybe it's N something. Anybody? Jeff or Jill? Okay, I'm going to move on. See if you can.
It looks like Jay. I can't make it after last.
Well, I tell you what, let's skip on down. Hunter Gray. We'll come back to that.
My name's Hunter Gray, U.S. Air Force, Supporter Special Operations, retired. I just want to start off by saying I'm 6 months been here in Russell County. I am so honored to be standing amongst all you all. This fight's amazing. All right, I have to say that. Let me start off right now. Russell County's population is declining. So I urge you to vote no on this landfill. We want to move to who would want to move or even remain in a county with one of the world's largest landfills? Our neighbors who are thriving in Washington County are proposing one of the largest solar panel farms. Meanwhile, we'll be living in a county with the largest dump. Think about that for a minute. Let's turn this historic site into something that will bring positive growth to Russell County and the neighboring 5 counties. So I ask everyone on the board, how do you want to be remembered by all 24,000 residents in surrounding counties who are depending on you to do right by them like you swore an oath to do? Do you want to be remembered for bringing one of the world's largest dumps to our region? Who does this landfill truly benefit? The residents of Russell County or a few select board members? In the end, with this, I'll end with this. I may be retired, but my fight isn't over. We the people say no. This landfill, we the people say no to this landfill, and you guys should listen to us. If not, I promise you guys one thing. We won't stop. We will expose the corruption in the system right here. And I promise you, we will have our victory. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're down to the last page, but I'm going to call about a 5-minute break. We've been sitting here for 2.5 hours, close to 2 hours and 15 minutes. I have Karen Baker.
Good evening to those of the...
Let's hold it down. We need to get started back, okay?
Okay. Good evening to the Board of Supervisors and to the citizens of Russell County and Southwest Virginia. When I decided to run for Congress, what motivated me was that I felt a great lack of respect from the outside world toward Southwest Virginia, that we were treated like leftovers, that we were treated like we didn't matter. I never expected I would see the same thing within Southwest Virginia. You are treating your community with a lack of respect, and it is unacceptable. You have a fiduciary duty to the people of this county, and as many have pointed out, to the people of Southwest Virginia. And so I don't want to say much, except that it's time to respect everyone. Respect the land, respect the water, respect the air, respect the people and the animals, respect all of Southwest Virginia, and don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Pound foolish is what you're being if you approve this host agreement and bring this to Southwest Virginia. Pound foolish because what could have been a bright future for all of us will be no future at all. Thank you very much.
Matthew Cassidy. Matthew Cassidy. Matthew gone. Kara Couch.
So, in a WJHL interview last week, Mr. Steve Breeding was quoted as saying, "They're clearing out spaces where this landfill could go. They'll take it right back down to solid, put liner in, everything you're required to do in it. They would just fill it back up with trash and it would be reclaimed. It's done all over the United States." This statement was so astoundingly careless, I would really like to respond. Beginning with the end, it's done all over the United States. No, there aren't unstable, abandoned mines in the mountains on fault lines, floodplains, and sinkholes, just yards away from protected water sources all over the United States. Clearing out spaces just refers to cleaning up the coal bob, which is the legal obligation of the landowners, something they would be required to do anyway. Take it right back down to solid. And this is the biggest issue I have with this quote. Despite asking for environmental data or recent geological studies, nobody's been very keen to provide one. It was not until I researched the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy permits for this land that I was able to track down a geological study done in 2021 by Foundation Systems Engineering. This study doesn't indicate that there's a whole lot of solid to take it back down to. According to that study, there were 25 samples taken at different depths. Out of those, 10 were classified as stable with no groundwater. The other 60% unstable soil with pockets of groundwater found up to 7 feet down. And 2 samples couldn't even be taken due to the sidewalls caving in. Someone wants to put what could be the largest landfill in the country on top of ground they couldn't even properly test. Put a liner in. The liner didn't protect Bristol. Liners fell every day. At one of our meetings, he said HDEP liners last 200 years. As a former plastic synthesis chemist, that's not true. There's no evidence to suggest a HDPE lasts any longer than a few decades in environmental conditions. This liner will fail and toxic leachate will go directly into the wet, settling, unstable soil. It will pollute our drinking water and it will pollute the river. They would fill it up with trash and it would be reclaimed. Reclamation of this land, according to the people who applied for the federal grant money to reclaim it, is either returning the land to its original contour or using the land for higher and better use. The citizens of Russell County have more respect for our beautiful home than to think its highest, best use is for garbage. The disregard for the will of the people who elected you to represent them is alarming me. At this point, if none of your citizens think it's a good idea, you have more public opposition to this than anything in decades, and you're still even considering it? It's almost past the point of wondering, do any of you have something to gain by this? I'm now beginning to think that somebody has something to lose instead. And whether that host agreement that was leaked was real or not, it doesn't matter. 10,000 tons, 6,000 tons, whatever it may be, please vote no on whatever host agreement you receive. If you have to charge a user fee to support waste management in this county, do that. Stop wasting everybody's time and energy. We could be focusing on actual things to make Russell County better.
Tim Wallace.
I'm Tim Wallace from Cleveland. I think I talked to you once before about a buddy of mine that lives over Chopman Hollow. He was going to try to sell his property as soon as he heard about this. This was months ago. And he talked to a realtor. She just basically told him he had to disclose the fact that the landfill might go in. And he just looked at me and he said, there's no reason for me to go any further. My cousin has talked to you several people in our area that have experienced the same type of problems. Probably getting ready to do a reassessment in the county. I think we're due. If it's anything like Tazewell's, it'll be pretty tough to take, especially on top of maybe what landfills come in. So the way we look at it now, our property value is pretty well zero. Nobody can't sell anything they'd like to sell. So take that into consideration. Other thing that of course worries us is the smell. My daughter worked in Bristol in a city school and told me many times when the wind was blowing their way, she'd sit twice with the kids in the school, all the windows shut, all the doors shut, and they sit there and smell that stuff all day. And that's not very healthy. We had a young man here at one of the first meetings that moved from being close to the Bristol landfill because his kids were sick. 2 weeks after he got here, they were fine. So that's another thing that's kind of concerning about this for the people in South Clinchfield, the people in Shotgun Hollow, the people in Back Valley, the people in Finney, people in Cleveland, people in Carbo. All of us are very concerned about that, not being able to take our grandkids outside and play or live in our own house because of this mill. One thing that's kind of stuck in my craw about Podesta's report when it first came out, they mentioned in it that they would have to research mine works in there. We spent $50,000 of taxpayers' money to get that study. I called a buddy of mine at Virginia Energy in about 15 minutes and asked him for a map, aerial photograph with the mine works under it. And if any of you wants to look at it, it came in the mail about a week later. We paid $50,000 for a study, and he didn't even call and take 15 minutes to ask for mine works. And there is mine work surrounding these two impoundments they're planning on using for this. A good rock mechanics expert will tell you that subsidence at the depth that Caney Creek is around this area won't cause any problems. But, in 44 years of working in the coal industry, I can tell you that I've witnessed a mine that was mining longwall panels, 400-foot depth. That had been abandoned for a long period of time, and we got reports in the creek nearby that there was iron water coming out the creek. A couple of weeks later, we had the same iron water coming out of our air shaft, and that was 400 foot of cover. So there's some fractures there that allow that water to come up. When that water comes up, water can also go down. So if you have a hole in this liner over those mine works, and there are places in here where pillars have been pulled, you can have some leachate down in that coal mine. A lady called me the other day from Virginia Energy and said there's been a lot of extra water coming out of the Caney Creek portal just above the golf course. Wanted to know if I knew anything about it or what might happen. Caney Creek's right on top of Lake Bonaventure. Lake Bonaventure's right on top of Dumps Creek. Dump Creek's right on top of Clinch. So you got all kind of avenues for this leachate to get there. And I've told you guys before, the thing that worries me most about this is 110 million tons of refuse there. And that's going to be very close to this landfill that's going to go in. If this thing leaks and it gets in that material, there's no amount of money that's going to find it or fix it or stop it. And Dumps Creek that goes right past Mile 3 goes right into Clinch. There's all kind of intakes downstream for people that get public water. St. Paul's the closest, Carfax is next, the Wise County system, Dungannon next, and who knows what all else is downstream. A month or two ago, the EPA changed regulations on two chemicals that in leachate, PFAS and PFOS. That limit now is 4 parts per trillion that can be in the public water system. They check these once a year, usually the end of February or end of January. So if this leachate gets in that system at St. Paul, it starts in February, people in St. Paul could be drinking all this stuff in it for a whole year before they even know it's there. And they have 4 years to fix it. Well, the town of St. Paul, Wise County can do nothing to fix that problem in that water. The only fix is to stop it where it's coming in, is in that landfill or that refuse area that's soaked with that stuff. You spend the bond money that these people put up to fix it, you spend the $30 million the governor might send like he did in Bristol, and you still haven't fixed it because you don't know where it's at, you can't dig deep enough to find it, and then who pays for the rest of it? I just want that to be Russell County. You guys are in a position that I don't envy, but you have a moment. We all have had moments in our life. The moment we saw our mate for the first time, the moment we had our first child, the moment maybe we accepted Christ, the moment we were baptized. You all have a moment in front of you. We call this a legacy. You're going to be remembered forever for how you vote on this. The people have sort of told you how we feel about it, and I hope and pray that you will know this. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace. I would love a chance to sit down with you and go over the first day. Can I call you? All right. Dave Cheek.
Hey, how you doing? Dave Cheek, River Mountain Road, Lebanon. Been a lot of good people up here today. A lot of things being said. And what I'd like to do today is, back on March 8th, you set up the Citizens Advisory Committee. We talked to a lot of people. We set that committee up with Jared. We spoke about it earlier. Also with David Miller, who's not here tonight. He's out working. Okay, and like I said, we talked to a lot of people. We did our homework. We tried to do you justice. And from that, if we could go into negotiating a host agreement, if someone wants to review some of this information with us, I'd like to let them be known. I don't think it's confidential in any way. There's never a call meeting or anything on it. I would think it would be public, yes. So it's public information. If anybody would like to sit down, at least, Jared and David, I've talked to both of them on the phone today, and they said yes. If any supervisor wants to sit down and go through that, we talked to a lot of the people out here, a lot of things you've heard today. But we not just, when we hear things, we did our homework on it. We looked at other host agreements. We looked at engineering things on it. Talked to the regulators. We found out. So when we made a recommendation, it wasn't just this is a good thing. No, here it is. Here's the regulation it comes from. Here is the other host agreements, how they worded it in theirs. So we have some documentation for this for you, because everyone has a lot of good points. It's how do you take that to something that's actionable, so that you can then make the best decision you can on this thing. Like I say, I'd like to offer that up to you. If you want to, let me know. We'll set up with these guys and have this. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out here tonight, and for you guys for taking so much time to have a decision.
Thank you, Dave. Sarah Duncan.
In case you all haven't noticed, this is your monthly evaluation from your bosses. We are here to give you your marching orders, and this month the marching orders include a member with a spine making a motion and another with a spine seconding to vote to end all host agreement negotiations and leave the solid waste management ordinance of Russell County as is. Secondly, your bosses demand that you relieve Terry Kilgore and anyone associated with Kilgore Law Offices from their duties as attorney for Russell County and this board. 3 things. Number 1, if the meeting in Richmond on February 1st of this year wasn't a daytime version of Sleeping with the Enemy, then why keep it a secret after you come home? If I were doing what you all were doing in Richmond, I wouldn't want my bosses to find out about it either. Number 2, was Jeffrey Southard from Gentry Lock at the meeting on February 1st of this year in Richmond? You hired Gentry Lock on May 1st, 2023 to handle all things landfill because of Terry Kilgore's past and current involvement with Clyde Stacy and John Matney. Kilgore was front and center in those pictures on February 1st of this year in Richmond in front of a huge mock-up of Moss 3. But Southard from Gentry Lock was not there and was nowhere to be found. Can you say conflict of interest, Mr. Kilgore? I know he's not here, but I have an idea that he's listening and watching. Can you say conflict of interest, Mr. Kilgore? We can. Number 3, the 2-mile radius around a mega landfill is called the kill zone for obvious reasons. Nothing can live and thrive within it. I would be terrified if I were any of you in considering saying yes to these men who continually engage in corporate welfare, putting profit over people. You should be terrified because in saying yes to them, you will be putting yourself in the hands of a righteous and a holy God who can bring you to your knees like that. Nothing hidden that shall not be revealed. The prayer has already been prayed, And from everything that has been made known this past week and a half, I would say that prayer has been answered and heard. The people of Russell County deserve more. They deserve more than a board who negotiate deals behind their backs that sell them out for generations to come. Russell County deserves an attorney that doesn't have Clyde Stacy and John Matney as contacts on their phone, or donors on their donor list. The people that fill this room are some of the best that Southwest Virginia has to offer or that you could ever hope to meet. They're hardworking, decent. They're hardworking. Was it funny? They're hardworking, decent, God-fearing men and women who would never dream of doing to someone else what Clyde Stacy and John Matney and Terry Kilgore are trying to do to them. Any of you could make a motion to stop all host agreement negotiations and walk away from this deal here tonight. Any of you. This is a publicly advertised official meeting. Do any of you have the spine to do the right thing and obey your boss's orders at any time during this meeting? You don't even know how hard we are praying that the answer to that is yes. Thank you.
Jeanette Puckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface my remarks by saying, from personal experience, I know that holding public office is no easy task, ever. And I'd also like to say that my husband and I both are totally against the landfill and any host agreement. I know several of you, I don't know all the board members, but I do know several of you personally. And the ones I know that we profess Christ. And I would like to make my remarks from that perspective. First of all, the second greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. And if you would not put a landfill in your backyard, then don't do that to your neighbor. And if you would not devalue your property, then don't devalue the property of your neighbor. If you would not vote to potentially harm your family's health, then don't vote to do that to your neighbor's family. And if you would not vote to harm your water system, then don't vote to harm the water system of your neighbor. Jesus said that commandment is the greatest, and that's it, absolutely none. There's none greater than to love your neighbor as yourself. So I'd ask you to make the decision that you would make for yourself, for your neighbors in Cleveland. And just because we're followers of Christ, we don't always make every right decision. But good guidance is given to us in the book of Proverbs, where he says, there's safety in a multitude of counselors. And the word multitude means many or diverse. So, safety is in listening to all sides. The Lord said that's a safe place. It's not a contentious place. Listen to all sides. There's safety in a multitude of counselors. And concerning the landfill, you have a wealth of resources here. Philip and I have been so impressed with the work that many people in this group have done. They have gained knowledge, they have researched facts, they're smart, they're concerned, and they work very hard. So I earnestly ask you to stop this hideous plan for a landfill and be proactive. Appoint citizen committees and put their skills to good use. embrace a multitude of counselors like the Bible tells us to do. Now, we all profess to serve the Creator God of the universe, who knows every inch of the moth's number 3 site. Ask Him, with these counselors, ask Him to give you all a different plan that would astound you and everyone else. After all, the Lord knows how that land can be used to the fullest. A few years ago, in a conversation with a lobbyist in Richmond, he said to me, and please pardon my language, but he said, "I don't give a shit about the people of Russell County or Southwest Virginia." And he didn't. And he didn't care who knew it either, because he didn't need us for his cause. And sadly, that's the attitude of many. And that is all the more reason for our neighbors to matter to us. And we need each other. We need to band together and be determined to love our neighbors as ourselves and not do anything to them that we wouldn't do to us and our family. After all, that's what the Lord has asked us to do. And I ask you to vote no, unequivocally no, and obey His command, because we follow Him. And love your neighbor as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Jennifer Chumley. Jennifer, there she is.
Good afternoon, Board. These fine folks in the crowd have said everything I could say or how I feel. I've spoke to you guys for months now about the landfill, how it can affect our property values, our local tourism, our economy, and our businesses, and even the wildlife. So I'm going to tell you another story tonight. My mother is a lifelong resident in Russell County. She grew up here, the daughter of a preacher and a homemaker. They were also farmers. My mother obtained a nursing degree and worked in the local hospital helping deliver babies. And she also taught Lamaze classes in the evening for extra money. Then her father became ill, and he was terminally ill just as she is today. And she saw the need for home-based care, so her and another local resident started a small business, a home health agency, in 1987. That company grew, served hundreds of people, hundreds of residents, hired hundreds of employees. Some are who still live here today. They grew to be 4 offices. She purchased property here, a farm here, and invested in her community. She's paid her taxes, and she has invested in Russell County, just like many others here in this room. This is our county, home to good folks and home to good generations. I tell you this story because the landfill developers are not residents in our county or even invested in our county. They aren't like us, because you won't see the average citizen or business owner in closed meetings with supervisors, or in Richmond in meetings with the governor. That's not a normal everyday small business in Russell County, and it shouldn't be treated as such. We have good people and small businesses right here today, and they're invested in this county, and they deserve better than a landfill. We don't have to continue this. We can vote no. We don't have to continue the negotiations any further. And as far as I feel, the county should not be open to the greed of millionaires that want to come in and profit from trash. Why is it that our trash rates go up? That was one of the questions. You know, that's something we can look at in the future. But I urge each of you, and I have faith that every one of you are going to vote no to this host agreement. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Doris Salyers. Doris Sayers. Okay. Dorsey. Gotcha. Okay.
I worked there about 25 years. And they said, y'all say these liners will, they will leak. There's water running out of that pond the whole 25 years I worked there. Because I went and federal inspector, we jetted water in a 5-gallon bucket, filled up in 2 minutes. It's right on the edge of the dam. is probably still leaking. And I filled that pond up. I pushed it about 9 months, 16 hours a day. And they say it's just a little bit down to the solid. It's a long ways down to the solids because we've got 75 foot of loose coal in under that because there's a big green pipe in under. And we also pumped water in Cheney Creek Mines back out over the back pond. 16-inch hole. I helped drag the line back out. 16-inch line. Lost squeeze run back out for almost 10 years running in that old mines where it was peeled out. And they complain about the water coming out the port. That's probably where it's coming from. Because, and Cheney Creek's in under that. Moss 2's in under that. And probably part of Royal Mountain. But it ain't stable. I'll tell you that. It ain't stable. Because I run the dozer on it and hit right out with me right running the dozer. So, if you all gonna put something out, you're making a big mistake. I say but no to this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Linda Maxfield. Linda from Honeacre. I think it's Maxfield. Maxfield or Mayfield? Maxfield. They left. Had Trey Maxfield as well. Maybe he's already spoken. Delana Bottomer.
You'll be sitting in your seat. I haven't said much in all this because I know who came on board and I trust their decisions and I know that God walks with them. But I wanted to just add one little bit of something, all of these people's very, very valid points. Different perspective. You're at a crossroads. That's what life's about. It's always two choices, period. Good or evil. No other gray. It's black or white. And at every crossroads or fork in the road, you can look down that road and see where it leads. We could say, oh, this road leads to money and everybody's comfortable. And this road, we can see our children. We can see these families. You might not think about some of the side things like the cost of insurance with all those trucks and us burying our teenagers because that will happen. I grew up in the 70s learning to drive with those tow trucks. I've been in insurance a long time. We chose to come to Russell County for the values that this place represents. We built our life here. Like many people in this audience, we see what's down this fork of the road. So I leave with one thought. Whenever a person is trying to make those decisions at forks to choose which side, they shall answer. Everybody keeps saying God is in control. What will they say when it goes the other way? Oh, well, God must not want it. God works through each and every one of us and each of you. And that's what you must remember at the fork of the road, is that the good Lord is trusting people to make the right decision that serves His land, His people, His world. So it's kind of an easy decision when you really look at that fork in the road. There is no other decision. You only choose the good side, the good fork. Because that fork, you can see it, and it is not a pretty picture in the future of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Delana. This is the next to last in the name, and the first initials are S.E. Bordin, Ian, Borden, S.E. Mr. Left his wing. David Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Russell County Board of Supervisors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed landfill at the old Moss 3 site in Clinchfield, Virginia. While I understand the need for effective waste management solutions, building a landfill in this location poses significant risks that cannot be overlooked. I will highlight 4 critical reasons, 3 backed by empirical research, why this project should not proceed. First and foremost, the geologic conditions of the Clinchfield area present a substantial risk. The proposed site lies within karst terrain characterized by soluble rocks such as limestone that is prone to dissolution, leading to the formation of underground voids and sinkholes. Research from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency indicates that karst regions are highly susceptible to groundwater contamination due to rapid and unpredictable movement of water through these underground networks. In fact, a study published by the American Geological Institute, Living with Karst, found that landfills located in karst areas have a significantly higher likelihood of leachate escaping into groundwater supplies, which could jeopardize the health and safety of our community by contaminating drinking water sources. It's a 2001 study. Secondly, there is a fault line running through the adjacent property, a fact recognized by the developers themselves. This introduces a significant risk of geologic instability. According to research by the University of Cambridge, building a landfill near a fault line increases the risk of geomembrane liner tension of 5 to 25% in landfill slope models. Thus, eventually, failure during seismic events leading to catastrophic releases of hazardous materials. Even if the fault does not directly intersect the proposed site, its proximity still poses a substantial risk due to potential seismic activity in the region. Thirdly, the issue of ownership and operation raises serious concerns. The landfill is proposed to be privately owned and operated. This arrangement often results in profit-driven decisions that may compromise environmental safeguards and long-term sustainability. Ensuring rigorous, ongoing oversight becomes challenging when profit motives are prioritized over public welfare. Lastly, I want to underscore the potential impact on the local community and environment. The construction and operation of a landfill can lead to increased traffic, noise, and air pollution, disrupting the lives of residents. Moreover, the environmental degradation from such projects can harm local wildlife and ecosystems. Numerous cases have been documented where landfills have negatively impacted local environments, leading to loss of biodiversity and long-term ecological damages. The proximity of the proposed site to residential areas exacerbates these concerns, posing direct threats to the health and well-being of our community members. While waste management is undeniably important, the proposed landfill at the old Moss 3 site in Clinchfield, Virginia is fraught with risks that outweigh its potential benefits. The karst terrain, which ought to be protected, the nearby fault line, the pitfalls of private ownership and operation, including reduced transparency, and the environmental and community impacts are significant concerns that necessitate intervention by this board. I urge that Russell County Board of Supervisors to consider these points and seek alternative solutions that prioritize the safety, health, and well-being of our community and environment. We say no to the Moss 3 landfill. So factor that into your scenarios. Please vote no on any host agreements. Vote no for the Moss 3 landfill.
Thank you. That's the last name on the list. Is there anybody out there who wants to speak who didn't get an opportunity to sign up here? Come on up. State your name and your address.
My name's Chad, and I live on Gravel Lick Road. I'm Chad Terry. I'm from Marion, Virginia originally. And, you know, I remember growing up and going to the landfill there in Chilhowie. I thought it was the greatest thing in the world. I love junk. Other people's trash is somebody's treasure. I don't want anything from New York. I didn't drop nothing up there when I was there the last group of people that come through here in 1997 were the Sackler family. And they ravaged this place, and now the entire United States, because they started here, is dealing with the opioid crisis. We have been put down, and we have been shut aside from like all the facts. And I think that a private company is going to, like you said, transparency is going to be limited. Same thing. I wonder how much Alpha Natural Resources still owes the people of this area for the amount of crap that they will. But you can keep things in court forever. I don't think that either of y'all got one hair on your nads to say no to this. I don't think you do. I think that you've already gotten yourself in promises, and you want to be part of the big boy crew. And I think that some of y'all ain't even getting into the big boy crew. You're pansies. These two right here are the ones that are going to be there. And that man, he's what's that little guy's name that goes and finds stuff for Dr. Frankenstein? Igor. And I think that if you keep up what you're doing, you're going to leave a legacy here that's going to leave your name as mud. I got nothing. You could sue me, you could take everything away from me, but I got everything I want. And I drink the water over here. You fuck with my water, I'm going to fuck with yours.
Okay. Closer. Public. Oh. Come on up.
Well, most of you guys for Mike Ray from Clinchfield. I live in the big city of Clinchfield. Spitting distance from this place. You know, I just got back from a little short vacation when I went down and come across through the Smoky Mountains. As I stood up there at the very top of the Smoky Mountains looking down through, I looked up and said, thank God for letting me see some of the most beautiful country in the world. And it is beautiful. When I come home, coming across Cleveland Mountain, and I'm looking across some of the more beautiful places, and even the Smoky Mountains. We have the most beautiful place in the world right here. I've heard a couple of people tell you a history lesson. I'm going to give you another history lesson in a moment. There once was a time called the Garden of Eden. The most perfect place that there was. One person made a mistake. One person did something that was told not to do. And it ruined all of us. Everyone here, everyone in this world pays the penalty for that one mistake. I live in my own little Garden of Eden. I live right there in Clinchfield. I've had to deal with Clinchfield Coal Company and the coal dust and the mess and the coal trucks and everything over there my whole life. You know, but it's still a beautiful place. Wonderful place. Wonderful place that I call home. My mom and dad, when they got married, they didn't have a whole lot of opportunity this year. They took off and they moved to Chicago. They lived in Chicago for a few years. I was born in Chicago. And my dad looked at me and looked at my mom and said, I'm not raising my son in this mess. And brought me back home. brought me back to these mountains. When my dad died, I said, Dad, thank you for bringing me to these mountains. Thank you for bringing me home to where my family raised. My family on both sides and the raised and breeding while I helped settle this country all the way back to the 1700s. We got deep roots in here. And I love it. You know, if this landfill is for just a local bunch for Russell County trash, it won't be a whole big deal about it. But we're bringing in trash from all over. You don't know what's going to be here. You have no idea what's going to come. There's nobody going to sit up there and monitor every truck that comes in. Heard somebody talking about the coal trucks and stuff. You know, like I said, I lived here. Lived fighting coal trucks and fighting over there the dust and everything coming through. How many kids have we seen over the years got killed, you know, on the roads? You know, are we bringing it back? Are we bringing all this mess back into our lives? Steve, you worked with us over there laying the water line. You know exactly where the water comes from, where it goes through. You know, I worked in the mines for nearly 10 years. I saw water in the mines. I was at Cheney Creek, I was at Wilder, I was at X5. You know, here close to those mines. And they're full of water. Where's that water coming from? It's coming down, and then it's coming out. It's coming out of Dumpster Creek. It's coming out, you know, and going into the Clinch River. Yeah, we're going to be polluting water all the way to Tennessee, and it's going to come back on us somehow or another. You have the capability to say no. Somebody needs to just stand up and say, I make a motion to say no. If somebody says no, makes a motion, somebody can second, then everybody will know exactly where everybody stands. All I can say is this. As he said back here a minute ago, lean to your heart, to your soul, to your thoughts. We can both know. We can both know, and we can stop this. We can stop it tonight. We can stop it anytime y'all want to stop it. And stop all this mess. Yeah. I love my county. I love each one of us. As my cousin Teresa over here said, this is our family. You know, this is our family. People of Russell County are our family. I've been to many a ball game, little league, senior league, big league, St. Paul, baseball and whatnot, Castlewood, Cleveland, Homeacre, and Lebanon. You know, my kids have been involved in baseball stuff all their lives right there. They're up into the 40s now, you know, and I got grandkids, you know, and nephews playing ball. I had the opportunity when I graduated high school, graduated college, I had the opportunity to leave this county, but I love it. I love it here, and I stayed here. And I just want each one of you to know that these people, like you're one of them, and so many people already left, they love our county. They love being here. Do you love being here? Do you love your job? Do you love what you do? You know, my wife, if she hears me, she'll probably fuss at me, and I want to say this another thing for I leave. Where did the word politics come from? Poly is a Latin term, which means many, and tix is a blood-sucking creature. Don't let the blood-sucking creatures take control. Thank you.
I know
Hold it down. Let Mr. Mabry speak, please.
It's my birthday. Hey, no, no, no. I wasn't going to say anything, but this lady jumped on the phone and stood behind me and still so close to me. I wasn't going to say anything. I got the point. I think y'all did too. Thank you.
Last call. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see. Can't hear and can't see.
Maddie Gordon, I'm from Castlewood. I know pretty much all of you guys, and if I don't, that's your fault for not coming to see me at my store. I serve on a few of the boards for you guys too, so I wish I saw more of your faces at those meetings as well. But with that being said, I wasn't going to speak. I didn't sign up tonight. I had other stuff to do, but I wanted to apologize to my fellow residents for not speaking up sooner. I've sat quietly and watched this as it's went on for the last several months, and feel really bad for not jumping in sooner. We own a tourism business in St. Paul, and we have a guest book. We've had 41 states and 5 countries to sign that guest book. I can promise you that it was not a landfill that brought them here. It was the Sunday drives I used to take with my grandparents after church by Moss 3, with Granddad telling me the history of when it was the coal mines, the strikes, and going up through Wilder, all of the places around, and the history that I learned of him learning to fish on the river from his grandmother, the things that he instilled in me to become an entrepreneur, to open 2 businesses, to run one business and open another one, run one that he started the year I was born. I've continued to do that, start another one in his name. I can't imagine how he would feel if he were here today to see what some of his used-to-be friends have sat here on this board and done to this county that you guys have said, called home. I can't imagine. It tears me apart. I've had a lot of customers ask me about what this landfill means for our business with kayaks and inner tubes on the river, the fishing for the river. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know all these numbers. But what I do know is that we see a lot of trains coming through, and a lot of customers are wondering, are those trains going to be carrying this trash in? Because just what they do have now, we see a lot of things leaking. I worked for many years for another company cleaning this river. I spent a lot of time in front of you guys asking for help to clean this river. I'm asking you not to undo what we've spent years trying to accomplish. Please vote no.
Thank you, man.
She does have a good story. I've bought several guns off of her, so you need to go check her out. My name is Jonathan Eaton. I live in Natchez Ford, 5 miles from the proposed landfill site. I am against the landfill, have been against the landfill. The reason why is I'm sure on paper that this looks like a great idea. I have a feeling that your lawyers, other people have lied to you all, have told you things that you want to hear. I mean, this bunch put in a casino before it was even legal to gamble in Virginia. But this bunch here, I know that they help us out from the casino side. We was able to use $500,000 of that money to increase our teachers' wages, and that's great. And I believe they'll continue to do that. But that is why I'm here to talk to you tonight. Is I sit on the school board here in Russell County, and my fear is that families with children will leave. Our biggest funding is a federal government, state, and local. So we get around $11,000 to $12,000 per student. And if something like this was to come and these families were to leave and these children were to leave, we was able just to pass a historic teachers raise in this county that has been needed to be done for years. And I don't want that to be undone. Because if these kids leave and we lose this, we lose the momentum and we lose that funding, there's no way we can do it. We've barely done it this time. And I appreciate your all's work on that, because it took a lot of your all's work along with our work to get that done. And that needs to be applauded as well, because these teachers needed that money more than anybody ever knows. But we want to continue to keep growing our county, and you all are a smart board. I know you. I mean, you guys are smart. You're business owners. You're smart. You can go out here. You can bring in the best industry. I know there's several industries already coming here, and that is great, because we've got to have jobs. We've got to have stuff to keep our children here. That's why trade school is so important, and that's why it's so important for you all to advocate for these jobs, is to keep our children here. When they graduate, we don't want them leaving. I've got a 3-year-old son. I don't want him to go off, but if that's what he wants to do, so be it. But I want him to be able to be vested here and work here. But I do not think a landfill is the answer. No matter what kind of money, I believe it's to the point that money is the root of all evil, as it says in the Bible. And I think we can look further ahead and put your minds together, and let's find something else to do with that property down there. But thank you for your time.
Anybody else? Okay. Public hearing or public comment session is closed. We're on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to propose that we go into executive session to consult legal counsel about the future of this negotiation. We can consult with Jeff Southers on that.
I have them. I need a second if y'all will be quiet for just a few minutes. You have a second? You, Andrew? Okay. Well, one of you. Huh? Yeah, we need that code. Yes, sir. It has to be for a particular reason, but you need to quote that code. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Bill. It's okay. Got it. Do you see it there, Nate?
Yeah, pursuant to code 2.2-3712, Code of Virginia 1950, I think it says, as amended, each member of the board of supervisors shall call upon roll call certification. Wait a minute, this is not it. Yes,
No, it's the top one. Yeah.
Oh, the top.
one.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Y'all want me to read it out that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you read it out? Say.
Duly approved by the Board of Supervisors, any in closed session to discuss legal matters pursuant to Section 2.2, 3711A, 5, 7, and 8. Legal discussions concerning proposed economic development project, the landfill host agreement. Motion.
You make that motion. And say, any discussion?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
We have Mr. Sutter on the telephone.
Have him.
Available. Got it ready.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
further discussion?
additional point of clarification, you just need outside counsel for that conversation, correct? All right, thank you.
Any further conversation? All in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. We're in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, we come back into session, open session.
Have a motion, to have a second?
Second.
Motion to second, Mr. Lester.
Yes, Chairman. This is certification of closed session pursuant to subsection 2.2, 37D of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Each member of the Board of Supervisors upon roll call certifies that to the best of their knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only such public business matters that were heard identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the Board of Supervisors. Any member of the Board of Supervisors who believes that there was a departure from these requirements shall say so prior to the vote, indicating the substance of that departure in his or her judgment has taken place. Are there any supervisors who believe a departure has taken place? Being none, if you agree that the matters heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting were pursuant only to the motions by which the closed meeting was convened, please signify by saying yea or yes. Andrew Hensley. Lou Wallace.
Yes.
Tara Dye.
Yes.
David E.
Yes.
Rebecca Dye.
Yes.
Nate Kaiser.
Yes.
Steve Breed.
Yes.
Sir, you have approval to return to regular session.
Okay, all in favor of coming back into regular session, signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. We're back in regular session. Okay. We're going to continue on with the business at hand here. For your information, board, at the end of the night, the board will recess to reconvene Monday night on the 10th, a week from today, at 7 o'clock. Okay. Since we have no constitutional officers here, we'll go on to our attorney's reports. Will, do you have anything?
Mr. Chairman, following the last board meeting, the board asked me to evaluate the Seaport LLC obligations as it pertains to no sex crimes or no housing or treatment of any individuals with any sex crimes. I've begun development of that agreement and will have you all draft for evaluation and approval at your next board meeting, which would keep that in alignment with their proposed timeline of July 1 to begin operating in the county. Beyond that, we've had several requests from the citizens of the county, and we've been working through those in turn. Two have been satisfied with the outstanding due dates towards the end of the week, so we'll be working on those. Other than that, that will conclude my report.
Okay, thank you, Will. Mr. Lester.
Thank you, Chairman. The county administrator reports a request. On the report first, on the county administrator reports is, of course, the Russell County bylaws update. Please take a look at those and look for the updates for the structure to make sure that of our meetings between the conference rooms and the regular board meeting rooms and the times. Just give you a point of note as the security for the electoral. They're currently right now the Swords Creek and the Copper Creek are precincts, and they still will be precincts through the general election. We cannot change that security. So please keep that in mind when y'all do the evaluation of these. Next is the Russell County Road Reporting System, which is all the reports that we have received in through our system that we have conveyed onto VDOT. Please take a look at those who are in your districts. Next is the...
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt you?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Road reporting system. I appreciate this very much. However, in our packet, we have someone with 1306 19th Avenue of Phoenix City, Alabama.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that?
That's where it's at.
Seriously, it is not. How did that happen?
When the data file is brought down, someone had sent that in. I don't know if it was just as being a joke or what, but it is not in the state. But when we compile your data file, that way we have transparency and move all the files from that to your packet.
Okay, so my next one is Blanche Davis Road. We had extensive discussion about school buses and safety on Blanche Davis Road. So found out exactly what the problem is. I know that's not my district, that's in Kansas. Does anybody know?
Right off the top of my head, I'll have to go back to the notes.
We've worked on it, we've done everything we can, and I just want to make sure that we do something happen that didn't get done.
I will check on it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm through, Mr. Chair, thanks.
Next on the county administrator is, of course, the road system, but this is the VDOT monthly reporting road system. Of course, the board, the VDOT is requesting the residency have two requests, which I have on the agenda for Route 814, which is Arrowhead subdivision extension, in Route 791, which is Deep Forest Road. And I will go into those in request. Next on the county administrator reports and request is the BAR certification accreditation of the men's and women facilities. These are the recovery houses that the county is participating in. We utilize our opiate money on. This is a certification through them. This is the BAR certification that through the state of Virginia for the accreditations of the men and women facility, making sure that we're meeting all the guidelines, both federal and state. And these are the certificates that we got. This is, again, just as y'all say, FYI, on the two recovery houses that we're working with through the Virginia Association of Recovery Residency Awards back to Russell County. The one on 699 West Main Street, and the one at 160 Rogers Avenue. These are from the Virginia Association of Recovery Residency Awards to Russell County. Next on the county administrator reports is, of course, the VACO Region 13, which is Tuesday, June the 11th. So if you haven't registered or you want us to register you, please let us know. And it's got the Region 13 in it, as y'all can see, which consists of the whole Region 13, which is Buchanan County, Dixon County, Lee County, Russell County, Scott County, Tazewell County, and Wise County. Of course, we have a few speakers on the proclamation. This is the proclamation for the Russell County Board of Supervisors declaring that the month of June to be Pro-Life Month, whereas on Friday, June the 24th, 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade in a landmark piece of legislation that made access to abortion a federal right in the United States. The decision was to dismantle 50 years of legal protection and pave the way for individual states to curtail or outright ban abortion rights. And whereas the Board of Supervisors of Russell County, Virginia, is certified declaring Russell County to be a pro-life county and urging the citizens of Russell County to promote and defend the inalienable right of life and the inherent dignity of all human beings, born and preborn, from conception to death. Resolution was adopted during the open meeting on September the 12th, 2022 by the Russell County Board of Supervisors. Whereas every human life is a gift of the world, whether born or unborn, young or old, healthy or sick, every person is made in the holy image of God. The Almighty Creator gives unique talents, beautiful dreams, and great purpose to every person. During the month of June, the county will celebrate the wonderful human existence and the renew of our resolve to build a culture of life where every person of every age is protected, valued, and cherished. Now and therefore, be it resolved, the Russell County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and declares the month of June annually as the Pro-Life Month, where the dignity of all human beings from conception through death will be defended and promoted. Certification and adoption of proclamation. I need a motion for approval of the proclamation declaring the month of June to be Pro-Life Month.
I'll make that motion.
I'll say. Have a motion and a second to accept this proclamation. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. There are none. It's unanimous.
Next on the county administrator request is, this is the Virginia Erosion and Sediment Control Ordinance that has the new DEQ regulations in it that takes effect on July the 1, we have to modify we just got the new terms and conditions. So please take a look at it. I just need a motion to put it on for a public hearing because it is an ordinance. So moved.
Motion by Lou to make a public hearing. Second by David. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign.
Okay, as we mentioned before, this is Arrowhead Circle Route 814 extension. This is a request by VDOT. VDOT has been maintaining the entire loop, but a recent review of the records indicate that 0.09 miles of the loop has not been officially added to the secondary system. Therefore, the residency is requesting that this resolution be placed on the June, which is 3rd, BOS agenda to be added to add the additional 0.09 miles as a no-cost rural addition in order to resolve the discrepancy and account for all the mileage the department is currently maintaining. They will maintain it. So I need approval for resolution.
Second.
Have a motion, Rebecca, second by Nate. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. There are none.
If you want us to do the rest. There we go. That's strange. On the county administrator request, the next route is VDOT request on Route 791 Deep Forest Drive abandonment. Now, this is a request from Rick Barrett, the owner of the tax parcel. The residency has been in contact with the Barretts on the request as the VDOT work order, as you see, on Deep Forest Drive, and is agreeable to proceed with the abandonment. This is the last 0.24 miles of Route 791 that lies totally within the Barrett property and provides access to no other property. The Barretts are requesting this abandonment in an effort to prevent trespassing and vandalism on their abutting property. Need a motion for abandonment on Route 791 Deep Forest Drive.
So moved. Have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. If there is no discussion, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. There are none.
Next, which relates back to our two recovery homes. This is the National Opioid Settlements from our statewide legislation. These are the National Opioid Settlements from the Distributor Settlement of Allocation Notices. This is payment for year 4 in Virginia, and also the ones that we just payment year 2, which is a new one that we received from Allergen, Teva, and CVS. These are the National Opioid Settlements through this in an amount of $56,912.67 and $49,669.75. I need appropriation for these National Opioid Settlements. So moved.
Have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. There are none.
Thank you, Chair. Next on is the Russell County Planning Commission request that the Board of Supervisors review the survey. The board The board reviewed the proposed plat from Connie Jean Harron and Richard Allen Wagner that proposes to combine the two lots within the subdivision. The board found this to be acceptable based on the guidelines of the subdivision ordinance. I need a approval for this.
A motion to approve this planning plan. Motion to have a second. Motion and second discussion.
But there's no names on my plate. So, I didn't, you got the original.
Yeah, it's up on the screen.
Let's see, who's the two, which one is? Yeah, which property is that one and which property is that? Yeah, let's see. I mean, I wonder
Lot
if,
50 and lot 51, and that's just on the plat.
Lot 50 and 51.
I know, but whose is who?
It's combining those two lots, so it's property. So,
But which does the one person own and which property does the other? Who owns 50 and who owns 51? See, I wondered if whoever prepared this just forgot it or sent a rough draft in and didn't finish it. So maybe they need to go back and ask whoever prepared it. I mean, I have no problem. I think we need to know who owns what part and what part.
Between
Maybe I can come back and read it.
Miss Herndon on half, and Mr. Wagner on half, both tracks. But Greg, I wouldn't know that.
So I wondered if whoever prepared it accidentally sent a wrong, they got in a hurry or something and sent the wrong draft. And so, I mean, if you want to table it till our next meeting or something, till that guy gets it right.
Maybe we could approve it pending verification of that, because all it lacks is a signature.
Yeah.
If we can do that, and we'll verify that with the planning commission.
We'll get them to label the two plats.
If they need to have a new plat, we'll get a new plat.
Yes. Yeah.
That's satisfactory there. Okay.
That way we don't hold this up.
Right.
Because it may be selling it, so we don't hold them up.
We can find out about this. Okay.
Yeah,
Any other discussion?
Whoever made that motion, amend it, that will.
Amended.
Second agree. Okay, we're all in together.
Clarify.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes the county administrative requests.
We got item 12.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Change the vote date.
Yes.
Right.
We had to change the agenda to change the vote date for number
Change
12.
vote date on the budget from Monday 6/17 to Monday 6/24. Have we changed it?
No, we did that at the beginning.
Yeah, we
29
did at
9
29, yeah.
To 6/29.
6/29/24 at 9 p.m.
AM.
AM. Yeah, that might be a good time to hold it.
Which obviously that's a Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. And number 13 was the one we already done for the July the 5th that was approved by the Virginia Supreme Court in the state.
So I need a motion to change the vote date on the budget from Monday 6/17 to Saturday 6/29 at 9 a.m. Have a motion and a second. Discussion. If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those like sign. There are none. So that concludes. And we'll go through and adjournment, but give the board members opportunity to discuss. Start with Mr. Hensley. Do you have anything that you want to talk about?
I ain't gonna keep everybody very long, but we've got two companies that are hiring locally. We talk about jobs and industry. Simmons is out here hiring. I tried to pass that along on Facebook. A friend of mine went to work for Tate down in St. Paul today. So that's two things we got going on locally. If you need a job, know somebody that does, sure they're hiring and trying to find people to fill their businesses. That's all I have. Thank you.
Guys,
I'd like to thank everybody that came out and spoke tonight. Your voices are heard, and just because we're up here looking down at our computer screen or maybe our phone, know that we're doing your work. Okay? We're listening to you, working on it. Things are happening. Okay? So, have a little faith. Don't jump to conclusions of the worst. I know that's what everybody does a lot of times. Is looks at things and thinks that we're all getting paid behind closed doors and getting back rubs and all this other stuff. If somebody's getting it, sure ain't me. But there's just know I'm working for you guys as hard as I can. Okay, thank you all.
I just wanted to say thank you all. I just wanted to say thank you all for coming as well. I know it's been a long night, but it has been a very productive night. And like Nate said, don't always jump to conclusions. It's just not. It's not productive. We are a community. We do need to stick together. We are working for you all. I know sometimes it is frustrating because we do have to sit here and we listen and we don't necessarily get seen anything. But I know I have talked to a lot of you all personally, one-on-one. You all know where I stand. If you don't, please come ask me. I don't care a bit to tell you or anybody else. So, anyway, y'all have a good night.
Well, kudos to what Tara said. I do appreciate everybody for coming out and your input. It means a lot. Also, another thing, fire chiefs have contacted me. Want to have a meeting with the budget committee, Steve, and county administrator on some issues that they're facing with some of the equipment stuff that's needed. Some of the stuff that came down from the state. So if you can set this meeting up, so we can meet with the fire chiefs in regards to a lot of their air compression type things and stuff like that that's outdated. You're talking about a considerable amount of money. I know that there's hopefully some grant opportunities that we can apply for fairly quickly. But they can't go and fight these fires unless they have the right equipment to be able to do this. These are mandatory things that they're faced with, and it was very disturbing to me to learn of this, knowing the situation. But as regulations change, so does those things change, and then usually the cost. It's pretty imperative to volunteer fire agency. So if you can set that up, Mr. Lester, I would appreciate it so we can make it. Yes, sir. And that's all.
Ms. Dye?
No, we're just talking about the fire equipment. I'm going to invite everyone to the Belfast Rosedale Fire Department, because that's how we pay for our equipment, and it does take quite a bit to fund this and keep their equipment safe and current. So come out and play bingo with us and help pay for some of this.
Ms. Wallace?
Yes, I do. Thank you for the opportunity. I will draw the attention of the board to the back of the packet that we have, whether you're online, you're on the computer, or a hard copy. And we have several building official reports, and we have dilapidated structures that are on the scene. I would like to know, how do we get to the next step after everything has been exhausted? So we've got some critical things that's on the top of this thing, particularly that distress that came from the town of St. Paul, and their issue that they're having. So, and I've got several things in date. I seem to be the top of the order here as far as complaints on dilapidated structures and blighted property. So I would really like to be able to move forward and do something with this. I would appreciate the board's Mr. Chair, you all working on this. Also, and I don't know how to handle that, but if we can revisit this, I know it's going to be another month, and that just continually moves it along, not in a positive manner. I'd like to do something immediately. We've been working on this for 7 or 8 years. So the next thing I want to say is on a positive note, but it's a very sad note. Last year, the county gave Miss Velma House an award, so to speak, and we had Velma House Day, and we all celebrated her 100th birthday. And even though she had a wonderful life and was celebrated wonderfully, I regret to inform the public that we buried Miss Velma last week, and it was a beautiful service, and we did celebrate her life again. So Miss Velma won't celebrate 101, but she made it to 100. She was one heck of a lady. So kudos to the house family and the neighbors.
Is that it? Somebody left this on the table, and I assume I'm supposed to make an announcement here. That's the Town of Cleveland Independence Day celebration, July the 5th, 2024. Come join us for our 15th annual Independence Day celebration, July the 5th, 4 to 11 p.m. It's Cleveland Rec Center, ballpark, live music, food, plenty of fun and games. The parade starts at 5:45 p.m. The fireworks show begins at dark. Scheduled events made available later, so we have that. In all our towns, I know Hunter has a celebration. Town of Lebanon does well all right around the 4th and 5th of July. Thank you all for coming out tonight. I'm sorry it took so long to get everybody taken care of, but your voice was heard, and I'll entertain a motion now to adjourn to reconvene.
I'll make that motion next Monday at 7 o'clock.
7 p.m.
7. I'll say.
Have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned until Monday at 7 o'clock. Ready? Let's get back. I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. There are none. Okay, we need to have our invocation, and if you stand.
Certification.
Where's your certification?
Certification. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Certification closed session pursuant to subsection 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Each member of the Board of Supervisors upon roll call certifies that to the best of their knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only such public business matters that were identified in the motions by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the Board of Supervisors. Any member of the Board of Supervisors who believes that there was a departure from the requirements shall state so prior to the vote, indicating substance of that departure in his or her judgment has taken place. Are there any supervisors who believe a departure has taken place? Seeing none, being none, if you agree that the matters heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting were pursuant only to the motions by which the closed meeting was convened, please signify by saying yea or yes. Andrew Hensley.
Yes.
Luann Wallace.
Yes.
Tara Dye.
Yes.
David Eaton. Yes. Rebecca Dye.
Yes.
Nate Kaiser.
Yes.
Steve Breedy.
Yes.
Sir, you have approval to turn to regular session.
Okay, we're back in regular session. If you'd stand for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Father God, Lord, we love you, we thank you, and we praise you today, Father. Father, forgive us for where we fail you each and every day. Lord, we thank you for allowing us to be a part of our local government. Help us be more like you. Lead, guide, and direct us in everything that we do. In your name we pray. Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I don't see the flag anywhere.
One right there.
Flag out the party.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Have a motion to have a second.
Yeah,
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Steve, I wanted to say that I do not have anything in mind on the number 2, the Virginia Energy application grant at Oak Grove. There's nothing in my packet on that. So I'll just abstain.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All like those. And
And
one
I'll just
abstention.
abstain.
Okay. Mr. Lester,
Yes, Chairman.
would you put the resolution that we've developed on the board and read that, please?
Yes, sir. At a continued meeting, the Board of Supervisors of Russell County, Virginia, Monday, June 10th, 2024. The resolution determining the negotiation of the proposed land agreement with Nova Company of Virginia with respect to a proposed privately owned and operated landfill in Russell County. Whereas Russell County has worked with the Nova Company since August 2023 on negotiations of a proposed host agreement with respect to a proposed privately owned and operated landfill in Russell County, Virginia. Whereas Russell County and Nova have exchanged multiple drafts of a proposed host agreement. Whereas most recent host agreement of the proposed host agreement provided by Nova to Russell County proposed new additional terms adverse to the interests of Russell County, Virginia, and did not include provisions addressing fundamental terms of a host agreement, including how the amount of the host fee would be determined or structured. Whereas Russell County has devoted substantial time, effort, and expense to the county's participation in the negotiation of the proposed host agreement. Whereas Russell County has determined that negotiation of the proposed host agreement will not succeed. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of Russell County, Virginia, Russell County shall terminate negotiations with Nova of Virginia.
Okay.
Chairman, I need a motion.
Do I have any motions with respect to this resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the special council resolution to terminate all negotiations between Russell County Board of Supervisors and Nova Incorporated concerning the proposed Moss 3 landfill project, as well as notification to Nova and DEQ per section 10.1-1400 of the Virginia Code.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Mr. Lester, would you take a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. By roll call, Andrew Hensley.
Yes.
Luann Wallace.
Yes.
Tara Dye.
Yes.
David E. Yes. Rebecca Dye.
Yes.
Nate Kaiser.
Yes.
Steve Breedy.
Yes.
Sir, you have
Mr. Lester.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Lester, you can proceed on with item 2 on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair.
Like TRC, all of them. No more negotiation, period.
We've terminated the host agreement negotiations. We need to get on with. Let us do our board meeting here, okay? Number 2. Go ahead, Mr. Lester.
Thank you, Chairman. Second thing on the county new business is Virginia Energy Ambler Grant application for the Oak Grove School. This is a proposal that will be an application through Virginia Energy for the abatement removal of asbestos and lead that's in the old Oak Grove School. And we will be putting in a application for the removal and abatement. I need a motion.
So moved. I have a motion to authorize this application for funding. Do I have a second?
Second.
Andrew. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. I think it's a fine idea to do this, but I have a question. I'm like Rebecca. I don't have any details in my book. Is Virginia Energy doing this, or is this a Virginia Brownfields?
It's Virginia. We're applying for both. Well, the Ambler first. This is only a motion for it to proceed with the applications.
With the idea?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
Because Oak Grove is in bluegrass country.
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Brownsville.
I think it's an outstanding idea. So, will there be an end user on this? Is my question.
Right now, we're just trying to get redo the property to be able to get those asbestos and lead out of the way first before any decision is done with the property.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Should we please hold it down? Let us get through this business session here, please. Okay. Any further discussion on this matter? If not, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. There are none.
Thank you, Chair. Next on the county administrator request, as we had mentioned in previous meetings, to finalize our community policy and management team, I need a motion. The CSA program and the supplemental came out with a net request of $5,159.48. I need a motion for that for the
I'll
end of the
make
year.
that motion, and this will close her out for the year. This finishes her finalizes her bills for this fiscal year.
Second.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. There are none.
Thank you, Chairman. The next is the law enforcement service contract between the Russell County Sheriff's Department and the town of Honaker. I'd like for Sheriff Watson to come up and please speak on it and his agreement with the town of Honaker.
Good afternoon. We have entered into a contract with Mr. Lester has the contract with the town of Honaker. We are willing and worked out something that we will be providing law enforcement to the town of Honaker. I am in agreement with the contract and would ask the board to also approve that.
Do you need a motion?
I need a motion.
I'll make that motion for you, sir.
Have a-
Second.
A motion and a second to approve this contract. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll need to abstain, my wife's the mayor there in town, but I appreciate Bill and all the efforts, that they have done to provide this service for our community.
All opposed, like sign. There are none. I have one abstention. Mr. Eaton. Okay.
Chairman, that concludes new business.
Okay, now we're down to public comment. Dr. Dorothy Sluss.
You might just speak into your mic, Steve.
Okay.
Thank you. It is my privilege to be able to do this to my speech. As a former professor at Clemson University, I do research, and my question was why? And I continued to ask why, and I thank you, a special thank you to the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Hensley from our South Castlewood District. And I bring you greetings from West Bear Wallow, which is in Russell County, the beautiful Russell County, where I called home 55 years ago, and I still call home. I bring you greetings on behalf of Roger Sluss, an agriculture teacher here in Castlewood. Many of you were his students. He taught for 35 years at Castlewood High School, and he brought me to this beautiful county. And when we were talking about this trash dump, I asked, why? Why, when you've got painted rock in Russell County, which could be such a wonderful tourism attraction, why, when you've got Scott County doing so much with everything they've got, why? And so I thank you, and I want all of us to say thank you again to them. You are our representatives, and this is truly representative government at its best. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris McDonald.
Well, I didn't bring my speech with me. I don't think I need it, but I appreciate y'all voting this thing and getting rid of this thing. And it was really starting to scare me. But Amy, Josh, you guys right here, Amy, I got to say.
Josh Burgess.
Y'all excuse me, my emotions are running high. I'm nervous wrecked. No, I'm okay. I'm just messing with you. Last meeting I said I thanked our neighbors. I thanked all our neighbors for opposing this thing, and now I want to thank Andrew Hensley, thank you. Nathan Kaiser, thank you. Tara Dye, thank you. David Eaton, thank you. Steve Breeding, thank you. You're surprised me. But in the back of my mind,
I didn't say I liked it. I voted for it.
And I've been bragging. I've been saying we're going to get 7 votes. I feel it. And thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Luann. I cannot thank our county attorney because I'm not sure if we even have one. To be honest with you, we've got to work on that. You got some trust to restore in this community, a lot. And we want to trust you. And we want to get behind you and push you. I know it's like pushing an avalanche up a cliff. That's what y'all are up against. But we all thank you very much. And I even thank Lonzo Lester. I do. We want to count on you, Lonzo. We need you. We need somebody. We got a wonderful county. And it has a lot of potential. And we all have a lot of ideas out here. You know, a lot of them don't get mentioned. They just get pushed around and forgotten. But there's a lot of good ideas in this crowd. And you know, when y'all get at the end of your rope and you need a good idea, don't be afraid to ask us. We're full of them, and we got the energy to make it happen. All right. Thank y'all. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Irene Sproles.
I want to thank everybody for voting to not have the landfill because Russell County is a beautiful place and it would be great for tourism, just like the Smoky Mountains could be. I mean, you know, we could bring it in tourism and everything, and so it would be a hindrance if y'all voted against it, you know, so that if you voted for it, all the pollution and odor from these other cities would come in on trains, and we run our living area. So I'm very thankful for each of y'all not to have voted against it. So not having it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Jared.
Good evening, y'all. Got to say, I'm quite thrilled to see this horror that's been looming over our community finally dispatched, at least for now. And I think thanks are in order. The night that we held the first meeting about this in the room, Nate Kaiser and Tara Dye were there, and they were among the first that made the motion during the last meeting to try and kill this. So thank all of you. Thank you. And I think more thanks are in order to the women that really brought this to public attention. Miss Chumbley, Miss Hurley, and Miss Branson have unified this community in a way that's they've unified the community in a way that I've never seen. I mean, people that you couldn't get to sit in a room and talk politics together without a fist fight happening, or friends on Facebook now. Never seen anything quite like it. And I want to thank all of you for not confirming the worst fears about government that people have, but showing that that process does work. And to the public in general, I'd like to say that we have fought very hard, all of us here in this room, to preserve this county, and I think we need to continue to fight to preserve it into the future. And that means keeping an eye on the board, yes, but also trying to build small business here. If you see a community event happening, volunteer and come out. After we fight this hard, it'd be a real shame to lose the momentum we have and just all go back home and go back to being apathetic. So everybody, please stay involved. And I'd like to say also that the same gentlemen that visited this on us to begin with do still own the land. So something's going to happen up there, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether they sell it, we need to keep an eye on it. But to them, I would like to say you can make a profit without screwing people over.
Thank you, Jared. I have Alice Masick from Maryland. Alice from Maryland. She's not here. Peggy McLaughlin.
First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for stopping the landfill. I said many of prayers since it has come up that it would be voted down because it's our country down here that should be preserved for the cleanness as it is. Why bring in the stuff to contaminate it? Why run the tourist states if you want tourists to come in? They won't come in if it happened in the landfill. So thank God and thank you all for voting it down.
Betty Dickens. I jumped over you, Betty. I'm sorry. What?
I thank
That's
y'all.
good news.
I thank y'all. I've had carpenters working in the house, and I said, I don't know what to pick out because I don't know if I'm picking it out to stay here till I can't live anymore, or whether I'm picking it out to try to slip it off on somebody. So now I know I get to stay, so that's good. I thank you all because y'all are what you people sit here on the front where the spearheads keep the momentum going, and you all please remain vigilant. Because like he said, the same people that had this little plan, they've got a plan. We don't know what it is yet. So stay vigilant, and we're all good.
Amy Branson.
So I would like to say thank you all. I really have cried so many tears and worried so many nights and lost a lot of sleep for this because I didn't want to leave and I wanted to be here. And I'm really super proud of everybody who's come together and been part of the movement and really wanted to fight to stay here. Because some of us could have left and we didn't, and we chose to fight and stay together. And I think we need to keep doing that, and we need to remain vigilant because I'm sure they'll have another plan. So we need to keep coming to these meetings, and we need to help these people to develop our county because we have big plans. You know, we could get a slaughterhouse, we could increase tourism, and I would like to say the tourism budget is trash. $6,000 a year for Shiloh is nothing. And if we're going to get bigger and better, we need to invest in what will bring people here, and that's what we need to do. I also think we should get a full-time grant writer. We have somebody that's doing nothing but trying to get us state and federal money here. We expand the park. We could be as good as any of these other state or national parks that I visited, and I would love to see that for us. So thank you all. Thank you. Thanks.
Gary Hughes. Gary Hughes.
God is good all the time. I really want to thank you all for your decision. I know that wouldn't have affected me that much in Swords Creek, but I wanted to stand with my fellow people in the county because I love Russell County. And we're all God's children. And I want to thank y'all so much for your decision. Be vigilant. Rich people always want to get richer, so we'll all have to be vigilant. They usually don't care who they step on to get richer either. So just thank you all. I want to thank all of you all. I love all of you. Thank you for coming and sticking together. Thank y'all too. Love you.
Thank you. Betty Lou Bishop. Betty Lou Bishop. Okay. That's over Betty Lou. Angie McLaughlin.
I just want to say thank you because I was one of the people that could not leave Russell County and spent many nights crying over this. And I am so glad that God laid it on your heart to vote the way that you voted tonight. I am so grateful to Him, and I'm grateful to all of you. And I just want you to know that there is a lot of people back here in this group that are really, really smart. And you all would be really smart to utilize their brains because they are good. Thank you.
Randy and Becky Rose. Coming up?
I didn't realize they were signing up.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Y'all would look good if you put your shirts on. We get a picture. We'll send it to Clyde and John.
Let us get through this thing. Peter, is it Mason?
Thank you to everyone who chose to do the right thing. Thank you to Amy Branson for moving mountains. For those of you who would have preferred we go a different direction, I hope that you come to better wisdom. And going forward, I hope that we continue to remember what really matters. I hope that we continue to remember the way that you really serve the community by protecting the folks who live here, protecting the water, protecting the air, the land, by supporting local businesses. What really matters is not numbers on a balance sheet. So thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Tammy Garrett.
Good evening. Just want to thank each one of you all from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure everybody else in this room feels the same way, and I know there's a lot of people that are not here that feel the same way. My niece just texted me and said, "Is it true?" She couldn't be here because she has 2 little babies at home, and she lives in Lebanon, and she was thinking about moving back to Pennington Gap if this happened. And she's very relieved. You know it wouldn't be me if I didn't ask you for one more thing. And I'm going to. I just want to make sure that you all go back and revisit these ordinances and make sure that we are clear on these ordinances, and we don't have to go through this again, and y'all don't have to go through it again. None of it, future board members and future citizens of this county don't have to go through it. That we put this to bed and it's done and it's over, and we never have to go through this again, because it's been awful for us, and I know it's been awful for you all too. And we just really don't need, as small a community as Russell County is, we don't need to go through this again. We've got to stick together. And again, I just appreciate you all so much. I'm so proud of each one of you for standing up. And, you know, I know it was tough. This is a big company with lots of money and lots of political pull, and I know it was hard. And I'm so proud of you all for doing the right thing. Thank you so much.
Monica Martin. Jeremiah Newell. Jeremiah. You left. Okay. Susie Owen.
I just want to say, last week was the first meeting I came to, but I mean, I've been informed. I've kept up with the whole thing, and I'm a woman of faith, and so I prayed. And I just want to thank you tonight for the salvation of the county and what this is going to mean to us, and for the hard people, for all the people who work so hard. I was totally impressed with how learned they were. And I had signed a piece of paper thinking I was just saying it was my first meeting, but I was called on to speak. I thought, I don't know what these people know. But I just want to thank you for this. And there's a scripture that says in Proverbs that your reputation will precede you. And so this is going to resonate to the next generation. And Psalm 145:4 says, one generation shall commend your works to another and shall declare the mighty acts. So our children and our children's children can be proud of living in this county. And my children don't live close by, but they love the land. I live on the back of Sherman Wallace's farm. It used to be the Jackson Dairy Farm. And the Nature Conservancy is behind me, and the Clinch River is from me. And so I'm so grateful that this is going to be saved, and that the atmosphere and the river that my husband loved to fish in. He was a catch and release man in the Clinch. And I'm just so thankful to think that the Clinch is going to stay clean. And you knew my husband well, Mr. Breeden. And I just want to thank you so much tonight that you did not allow fear to rule your vote. Power to the people.
Thank you, Susan. Denise Blevins.
Thank you very much. It is a joy to sell real estate in this county, as beautiful as it is. And I want to make it publicly known that I would really like to get involved in helping the county grow with housing, with, however I can help. And I want to read something from Leviticus 25, 23, and 24. It says, "The land must not be sold permanently, because the land is mine, and you are but aliens and my tenants. Throughout the country that you hold as a possession, you must provide for the redemption of the land." So let's keep this county beautiful. And I'm sincere when I say I do want to be involved, okay? I may not live here, but I have invested here. I own 2 businesses on Main Street in Lebanon, and I own property over off of Elk Garden Road. So I believe in this county, and I think it's absolutely the most beautiful county in Southwest Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, is it Troy Maxfield or Trey Maxfield? Maxfield. There she comes. Well, apparently they've lived too. Linda Maxfield. She young too. John Little.
Good job. Good job. I'm proud of you. I really gotta watch those P's on the microphone. But since I spoke to y'all, I don't have a neck brace on. I still miss my Becky just as much. That hadn't changed at all. I've realized I'll miss her the rest of my life now. But I was in Radford, and I ran into this man. He called himself an apostle. He's a black feller, and he prayed for me in church and told me I was to teach. So now I'm a minister. Captain John Little is my ministry, and I'm also a musician. Johnny Lee Little, look me up on Facebook. And I just want to thank y'all so much for what you did. I was coming to y'all tonight with the full power of my clout with the unions and the power of the Lord, and y'all done what was right. It's that simple, and I really appreciate it. And y'all are blessed and be well.
Thank you, sir. This is Scotty from Cleveland. Is it Yates? Can't make out your last name. Scotty from Cleveland. Scotty must have left too. Travis Milton. Travis Milton. David Dingus. There we go.
So I want to thank all you guys tonight. I really do appreciate you. This was going to go one of 2 ways. I was going to come up and thank all of you, and then and I was hoping that my daughter would learn a lesson tonight. One way or another, she was going to learn a lesson, and I want her to know that even with Mr. Breeding, I think you enumerated the lesson that I want my daughter to learn, that even though it's not what you want to do, it's the right thing to do that's important even when you don't want to. And that's the lesson I want her to learn. And I appreciate y'all. I'm another citizen that probably couldn't leave Russell County. And I live in my family home. And I want to thank y'all for not covering the hard work and legacy my parents have left us with trash. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank you for watching out for the health of my little girl.
Charity.
No, this is Mila. Charity's my wife.
Okay.
So,
well, I had her down.
Yeah, she's next. So, thank you all very much on behalf of my daughter and my family. Thank you. Thank you for looking out for us.
Your charity.
Yes, that's me. That was my husband and daughter. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all. Now, what I would like for you guys to consider is maybe dedicating that land as a recreation area to that labor movement that the backs of these pink ones been built on. That's what this shirt. This is my father's shirt. When he passed, he had black lung. I know a lot of these folks in here have been touched by that as well. That labor movement was huge, and I think all sides should be represented. All sides. I would like for that to reflect our entire community, just like this has. But thank you guys.
Thank you. Diane Fuller. There she.
I don't really know what to say. I think everybody's already said everything. But I want to thank each one of you all for voting the right way. And the guy that was up here before, he was talking about rich people or something, and money's not going to get you into heaven. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, man. Elijah Cordell. Ingrid Kaiser. Ingrid Kaiser. Jeff Arrington. Sherry McCormick.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it. You guys represent your constituents well, and you guys should be proud. The community's proud. I think everyone's stoked. I'm proud of the community. I'm proud how they unified. I made a lot of new friends over this, so I'm stoked on that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I moved here and I love the fresh water. I love the clean air. I love the nature, and this really tore my heart up. It really did. One thing that I wanted to try to do was not just, complain, right? And say what we don't want. A big part of this is what do we want? What do we want to bring? Dave, your son JJ's done a great job with that horse ring in Cleveland. Yes, sir. We want to see more great stuff out of you, JJ. We started a little Cleveland farmers market last weekend. It was our quote-unquote soft opening. On the 22nd, it's going to be every 2 weeks. On the 22nd is going to be our grand opening. We could not have done this without the Farmers Alliance out of Washington, D.C. They're a fiscal sponsor of us. Appalachian Sustainable Development down in Duffield. Reeds Valley Farm for kind of bringing this network together. One thing that we're able to do is that last week we gave away 25 free produce boxes. We had meat and dairy in there. Mr. Wallace over there is working on getting a handful more because we have a big community in need. We're working on a whole bunch of nutritional support programs where we can get senior citizens a $50 voucher for the season. We're going to try to get EBT and SNAP benefits in a matching program. So if you were to spend $20 of EBT money, you can get $40 worth of produce at the market. You know, and I hope there's a lot more of this type of community activity coming together. And the reality of it is it wouldn't have been possible without you all making the decisions that you guys made tonight. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Terry. Chad Terry. Chad Terry. Tim Wallace.
Thank y'all.
This man saved y'all a lot of wrath.
I wouldn't say that. I apologize to some of you. Haven't been to meetings before this came up and to talk to you. Mr. Eaton especially, I hadn't talked to him. But the rest of you got to know, and that's been a pleasure. There's some good people here. There's some smart people here. There's some people here that are concerned about this county. And at times maybe that wasn't thought of. But I'm glad to get to know you, and we appreciate the decision you made. I know it's tough. I mean, the money aspect of this was, I'm sure, as far as the county finances go, was pretty lucrative. But we do appreciate, from the bottom of our hearts, 7 votes. Thank you.
Eddie Garcia.
Members of the board, also to the crowd here, I got to say, I've been barnstorming the Commonwealth of Virginia for the last 16 months. This is the most engaged group of people that I have ever seen. You should be proud of yourselves. This goes to show you that no matter how much money is against you, no matter how much power is against you, no matter how much influence is against you, if community sticks together, if regular people stand up, speak up, and show up for what's right, anything can happen. So I thank the board for y'all's decisions, and I thank all the people for being involved. Thank you, Amy, for inviting me down here. God bless you guys. You've been an inspiration to me.
Philip Puckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Won't take but a few minutes. It seems like it's been forever since I was before you about 30 days ago. And I said 2 things then. One, I support those who are against the landfill. And secondly, I didn't tell you what to do, but I asked you to consider something, and you did. I said, would you please, please listen to the people? I want to thank this board for listening to the people of Russell County. Thank you.
RD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Lester, and the most important lady here, this Lester, for taking care of all this dirty work and getting everything together for the board to work through this. It's been an ominous process. I want to thank the board for reaching this conclusion. I know it's been tough and hard fight. I think what we're seeing tonight is democracy at its best. I think that Russell County has demonstrated that when we work together, great things can happen. And I would like for us to think about after we take a little break and breathe, we got work to do, and I think we still got work to do on the Miles 3 property. There's other things we can do. And I would like to talk more about that after everybody settles down just a little bit. I've always felt like that property could be a huge income and be helpful in a lot of ways. And I want to close by saying that I'm honored to have been allowed to join the Say No group. Never really been involved in a movement like this before. And I will say that I made an awful lot of wonderful friends. And this is an amazing, talented group. And I will echo what Angie said. There's a lot of talent here that you all might want to tap into. They can serve on committees and all kinds of things. They're amazing. But I will say that I've met and been with some tough people in my life, but I ain't never ran into anybody any tougher than Amy and Brandy. So we want to thank them for leading the charge. Thank you.
Bonnie Yates.
Steve, I'd like to speak in her place if I could. Sarah Duncan from Raven, Virginia. Don't these meetings go so much better when you're doing the will of the people? Democracy, yes, democracy has worked here tonight, but so has the good Lord. You don't know the number of prayers that have been prayed that this would be stopped, and I want to give him all the glory. Last time I was before you, I was a little harsh, but everybody isn't emotionally invested in stopping this landfill. And you did one of the things that I asked you to do. But the second was to get rid of Terry Kilgore.
Yes.
Terry Kilgore is not representing the best interest of the people of Russell County. And you all can dismiss him and find better representation for this county. There is better out there, I assure you. So I would encourage you to keep that at the top of your list, to be on the lookout for another attorney, another law firm to represent this county. So thank you all once again for doing the right thing, and these meetings should be a lot easier for you in the future. Thank you.
Doris Salyers. Who? Okay. Jeez. Can't remember when meeting is it. I'm sorry.
I'd like to thank y'all for your vote that you done. We still know that you did listen to us at what we said to you. And well, I'm grateful for that. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salyers. Matthew Cassidy.
Hello, Matthew Cassidy. First off, I'd like to thank God for answering our prayers. And also, I'd like to thank each of you. I'd like to thank Luann, Ms. Dye, Mr. Breeding, Mr. Eaton, Ms. Tara Dye, Nate Kaiser, and Andrew Hensley. Thank all of you. And now that we've gotten most of that out of the way, I think we should, as other people have said, focus on small business, especially work from within and move out to find people locally who can start businesses, and then start drawing people to the county to sort of entrepreneurs and things, not just big business. Don't find people that want to start and bring up the area instead of people that are already established elsewhere and want to move in. And I think that would help a lot. I believe this county should be a beacon, not only for this region and for this state, and ultimately it could, Lord willing, become, a beacon for the country, build up and shining example. That's all.
Thank you, Matthew. Timothy McClanahan. He left. I don't have anybody else on the list. Come on up.
Yes, come on, for good times.
Come on up
For
here and give you.
celebration.
Quiet.
I neglected.
Come on up. What's your name, sir?
Hunter Gray from Lebanon. I am so disappointed that I missed the actual vote. I had an emergency on the farm, and I wish I could have seen it. Yes, and honestly, guys, you have made me so proud. And this is one of the biggest victories from the military, law enforcement, paramedic. I've done it all that I honestly accomplished. And I couldn't have done it, or we couldn't have done it, without everyone here and you guys listening to us and all the prayers that we did. And I'm just I couldn't leave without saying thank you to every one of you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate this. All right, you guys did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Good evening, guys. Thank you. I'm glad that my mother won't die before she gets to hear how y'all voted. Sorry. Thank you to each of you. And I know I've given y'all a hard time. Y'all have handled it very well, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And I appreciate my community for coming out. Appreciate these guys. I will stand up for what's right, no matter what. I think people know that. I will stand up for Cleveland. I will stand up for our community, our surrounding communities. But you guys tonight are the heroes, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. Every one of you, seriously. I really do. And that was one of my mother's last wishes, was that this landfill not go in. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud to get to go home and tell her that. And I hope in the future that I'm like Tammy, I'd like to see an ordinance to stop private landfills. I know we need something to do with our trash. I know that we need a solution for our trash, and I think we can work on that. And I also stand with the UMWA and others that would like to have a memorial on the part that the county owns. We understand that some of it's privately owned, and we can't do that. But there is an industrial park, we hope. We want to see that economic development in that way with an industrial park over there, and we would be happy to have it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Karen Baker, running for Congress. My entire congressional campaign is about respect for Southwest Virginia. And I also am all about democracy, and this is democracy. This is democracy. Everybody in this county cares so much, and they've done so well, and y'all have done so well too to respond to the people and letting the people determine what goes forward. Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you to every member of the board who decided to put forth this resolution, to vote it down. The host agreement. Jennifer, I couldn't get you an injunction, but I hope this was good enough. And thank you to everybody who believed in us, who came together for this, because it wasn't just the Democrats, it wasn't just the Republicans, it was every member of our community who did this, who was able to help keep our community clean and organized. And I'm just so proud of everybody. I'm so thankful for everybody for coming out, for buying T-shirts. Keep your T-shirts because we just never know what might happen. God bless y'all. Woo, we did it.
Svetlana Boyd, town of Lebanon. I want to thank you everybody today, and especially people who came here for every meeting and support each other. And thank you for your vote today. And I'm like a previous lady said, this democracy work here today. And tomorrow morning, when I will speak with my mom who lives in Ukraine, and she's 85 years old, and she spent 3.5 years here in USA in Tazewell County. And when I told her about what's happening here, and she couldn't believe her own ears, she said, it's impossible. It's USA. So tomorrow morning I will tell her this is USA, and this is people who fight. And I believe today is your birthday. So happy birthday to you. And thank you, everybody.
Your name?
Sheila Ball, Sheila Breeding Ball, or Sheila Freedom Ball. Thank you all. The first meeting I came to, I brought my dad and my mom, myself, my daughter, and 3 of my grandkids. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of them and any potential great-grandchildren. Thank you all. Thank you.
Last call. Hurry, Mike.
Michael Ray, South Clinchfield, Virginia. Spitting distance from this place. You know, I've been in the fair many years ago, and they had spitting distance contests. I would have won it for this because it is so close. But the one thing I want to say to each one of you, God bless you. God bless you. This was something that was going to tear our county all to pieces. It was going to tear our hearts apart. I've never seen Republicans and Democrats work together so much as they have through all this. And I'm going to say to every one of you, God bless every one of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Hello. I know I spoke the last time. I have to say, when all of this first started, I really didn't think that much about it and didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it. And I'm thankful that somebody did. But I thank you so much. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It just means so much because we talked about moving if we had to. And I really hate that. We have lived where we live near the Clinch River for 45 years. You know, we've worked and everything that we have is there. And I would have hated to leave it. And I thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart that you made the right decision. And I'm like a lot of the others, I did pray. And I prayed fervently for the Lord to help us and to do what was right. And I thank you that you did what was right. When I went home the other evening, I was sitting out on the porch. And you know, it's a nice little view down through there in the field and the woods and everything. And, you know, I thought about what they say about the Smoky Mountains. You know, how nice it is and everything. They don't have anything we don't have. Exactly. We have just as much as they do. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm glad that I can still take my grandchildren to the river. They play in the river, they fish, and we have such a good time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wanderberg, I just want to thank each and every one of you for listening to this county, to this community. But I really pray that as we go forward, there's been a lot of things said. There's been a lot of hatefulness. Guys, this has to go to rest. If you all want to stand together, we've got to stand together as one. I know tensions were so high, and I get that. It's home, and we all want to defend our home. We all want to see our kids and our grandkids be able to have a place to grow up and be happy. But we also got to get rid of the division stuff that's out there. God doesn't want to see that either. That's the one thing that I know he hasn't wanted to see. So stand up for this. Yes. Oh, celebrate it. Y'all have worked really hard on this, and I think you've got something to be proud of, for sure. But we also got to get back to where we take care of each other, and we defend each other, and we love each other, because that's what God wants. That's how he's going to take this county farther and farther, bringing us together. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Juan.
Hi, I'm Debbie Music Young from up in the Glade, and I've talked to several of you before about tourism, especially a place down at Moss 3, what we could utilize it for. We are sitting on a gold mine. The 89 strike from our coal companies was televised. The Rabbit Ridge Pea Pickers came to fame at Carnegie Hall. They say people won't come across the mountain, but they came to the horse show. I took up money for them, over 2,000 people. They'll come if we offer them the right tourism events. I would like to suggest an outdoor drama and maybe some yurts, some type of lodging for the area. Use what we have. We have so much. We have the river, we have kayaking, and my hat's off to Luann. She has worked wonders with St. Paul. It's just a quaint, charming little town now, and now she's starting on date. And we need to try to build Cleveland up just like we have with the rest of our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Vance, resident of Russell County, small business owner. I just wanted to come up here. I missed the beginning of it because I was working. And you guys have been through a lot, especially you three. You guys jumped into this. And I just want to thank you for holding your head high, doing it with dignity, and doing it the way that I know the people you are. And I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for doing that this year.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't see anybody else moving, so I'm gonna. Well, I should have known there'd be one straggler waiting.
I'm Edward Young. I'm not Eddie Poe. Okay, I want to thank all of you too. And we've talked about, you've heard people talk about, their children and grandchildren. I want to thank you for all the generations to come in Russell County. I'm talking about all the generations that will be coming to this area, born here, raised here, whatever. But, in the beginning, I talked about we were just as good as anybody else. I'm thinking we may be better than a lot of people. And I know this board up here is good because they listen to us just like other people have said. And I thank y'all. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for all the people. I think from the very beginning when all this came together, I'm not seeing any division myself. All I'm seeing is a solidarity and unification. And I just want to thank everybody. God bless you.
Come on.
Yes. All the hard work. He's quiet, but he's helping a lot, y'all. He's in our library. Yeah.
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. No landfill.
Thank you. Okay. Now I'm going to close public comment period. Thank you. Next to the last item is board discussions or reminders. So, Andrew, you got anything you want to talk about?
I mentioned at the last meeting that. Does it work now?
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned last meeting that we had 2 new businesses coming in, Tate and Simmons. I was told that I'd left a lot of people out. We've got small business. We've got business all over Russell County. Everybody needs people to work. There's a lot of people watching this tonight just because of what went on here tonight. So if you need a job, somebody's hiring in Russell County, I'll guarantee you. If you can't find who they are, call me. I'll find you a job. So we got to keep our county moving in the right direction, and we need people to work. We need to support these small businesses, small business owners, big businesses. These factory buildings in towns, we're getting stuff is moving in Russell County. We just need our citizenry to push it along. And I appreciate y'all being here tonight, and that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Dave, do you have anything?
Thank you all for coming out tonight, just like every time, and voicing your opinions. You are being heard. I told you, you're being heard. And we just really appreciate all the ones that did the hard work, the Citizens Advisory Committee we put together. Really appreciate you guys. You really put your hard work in and presented some really good information. But others that weren't on that committee also did a fantastic job. So, but really appreciate all you all voicing your concerns and putting the information out there and educating those in the community. I will say I was disappointed in quite a few comments throughout this whole process, personally attacking certain board members. And I understand it's part of the job. You're going to take slings and arrows. But folks, we are a community. If we just stick together and work together, you elected us to do a job, and we're here to do it for you. Okay, we're listening. Thank you all.
Tara.
I also wanted to say thank you all so much for coming out and for voicing your opinions and educating us on certain things. Like Nate said, the Citizens Advisory Committee, you all did a lot of hard work, and I know there were other people that were on the committee that also researched things and thought of things and really put a lot of time, effort. I mean, it was hours of work. And I don't know that a lot of people understand that. I do. I do. And like Nate said, we do hear you all. We've heard you all the whole time. Now, we can't always comment back. There are legal matters. It got us attacked a lot over that. But we were hearing you, and we were working behind the scenes for you. So, I want you all to know that. And I really would like for us to remember that we are a community and that the attacks don't really help. But if you come and talk to us, I know Nate said earlier, was it last week, that nobody had even asked you how you were going to vote, like 5 people. And it was the same with me. There were a lot of assumptions on what you would do, but nobody was coming and actually talking to us. They talked about us. They talked to, but they didn't actually ask us. We're here. We're your representatives. we will talk to you. I mean, I know I see a lot of faces on the front row that have asked me a lot of questions. Amy, have I ever said no, I won't talk to you? Jared? No? Josh? I mean, that's the thing. We are here. We are going to represent you all, and we're going to do our best to make you proud. You know, this year, it's been 6 months of craziness, you know, and I keep hearing a song, it's "No, You Will." And I didn't know how God was going to work it out, but I knew He would. And thank y'all for being right along here with us. So I appreciate y'all.
Well, hello, Mom. I just want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting the effort. I will say that in all things, pray for one another. You know, I've heard many people quote scriptures and talk about those things, but God can make a difference in our county. We've seen things happen that we couldn't explain since I've been elected, and I think it was divine intervention. I think God went ahead of us, and He took care of some things and brought us new industries and businesses. And so please remember, pray one for another, and that'll make a big difference in the lives of our county and the lives of our people. And that's all I've got to say, Mr. Chairman.
There are things that, because of the legal ramifications, we have to seek God and give to listen to you. And a lot of you made comments. A lot of folks know this, and a lot of folks don't know this. But I live on a farm, and whatever decision I make is the same decision that affects you is going to affect me. And those folks that made comments that I was going to do this, I was going to do that, never called, never talked to me. But that's okay, because I voted with my heart. I voted whatever's going to be best for Russell County is what I want. Sometimes we make these tough decisions that don't always go well, and not really, might not bring money, might not bring a business, might not do what a lot of people think it should do. But that's what we up here have to do, is vote our heart. And I'm just like you. I live right here in Russell County. All I did was marry and move across the road into the horse lot. So I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just like most of y'all. I'm going to be here till they put me in the orchard in the family cemetery. Thank you for coming.
Luann.
They took my microphone.
You had share.
Of course, I'm very thankful to everyone who came and spoke. That's amazing. But what I want to say is this has been the grandest marketing campaign ever, because most of you guys really didn't realize what you were living in and around and drinking, by the way. And so we have been saying this for 20 plus years. Virginia's Hidden River, the great waters of Virginia's Hidden River. So thank you for telling the world about this. It's cheaper on us as we make those brochures. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you for coming out. I can't tell how many are here, but this is probably about a normal crowd for you guys, I'd say. Isn't it? About right. You had a lot of participation. It's great. Appreciate all your efforts. We don't agree on a lot of things sometimes, but I think we need to agree that we can talk to each other without being mean and ugly and ill-spirited. You know, that's the only negative thing I can say about it. Some of the people were pretty rough, you know. So, and I don't hold that against anybody, okay? Yeah. At any rate, no, we've got.
29th.
When's your next meeting, Lonzo? My
Well,
phone
we
ran
canceled
down.
the 17th.
29th.
9 a.m.
That's when we vote on the budget. So we have to do it before the end of June, which is Saturday morning, which is killing me we're going to have to get in and out quick. So my granddaughter has her birthday party in Charlotte that afternoon, so I'm gonna have to go. So, okay, being nothing else,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
motion second. All in favor?
Reconvene.